Yeah. Yeah.
I don't want to see it. I couldn't remember it even if I saw it.
And it won't close up on us if that happens. They're going to lose that. Open the meeting. Call the order. So the first thing we do is I call the meeting to order of May 2nd, 2022.
We're ready if you are.
If you'd like, you can ask me if I have anything to say. I'll read that in the record. That's going to be a motion.
Ready?
Yeah.
Sorry.
We're going to call the meeting to order for May 2nd, 2022. We take a roll call first? No.
Do we need to?
We don't have to. You can if you'd like to. I did neglect to mention that we will also ask for public comment on the closed session items before proceeding with that.
I can do roll call if you want.
Okay.
Councilmember Morales,
Present.
Vice Mayor Perez,
Present.
Councilmember Resendez,
Present.
Councilmember Burns.
Here.
Do
Chief Reynoso's not here.
I, City Manager Miller,
Here.
City Attorney Epperson.
Here,
Let the record show that Mayor Velasquez is not here yet.
Do we need to report out before closed session?
I will read into the record with your permission, Mr. Vice Mayor, what those closed session items are. However, with your permission, you might call for public comment first regarding the closed session items.
Do we have anyone for public comment?
There are no speakers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. If the city council so moves, it will go into closed session to discuss those items which are agendized for closed session discussion. Specifically, that's item number 1, public employee appointment, title city attorney pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. Item number 2, public employee evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, title city manager. Item number 3, conference of labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representative is the city manager. The employee organization is executive management. And item number 4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9B, one potential case. That's all, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Motion to adjourn to closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Roll.
We don't have to do
Okay.
roll call.
Okay. That's it.
Yes.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye. Yes.
This time we're going to call to order the meeting of May 2nd, 2022. Councilmember Sanders, will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Morales. Vice Mayor Perez,
Present.
Mayor Velazquez. Councilmember Resendez.
Here.
Councilmember Burns.
Here.
Chief Reynoso,
Here.
City Manager Miller,
Here.
City Attorney Epperson.
Here.
The agenda for the City of Hollister City Council regular meeting of May 2nd, 2022 was posted on the bulletin board at City Hall on April 27, 2022 at 3:30 PM per Government Code Section 54954.2.
Thank you. City Attorney, will you please report out of closed session?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report out of closed session is that the city council discussed in closed session those items that are agendized, which I read into the record before closed session began. Direction was given to staff and negotiators. The city council took no other reportable action. And the city council recessed from closed session at 6:32 PM. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Tonight, we have a proclamation to congratulate 100th birthday for Marcelina Munoz. You guys want to meet me up here? Really good. Come on. You're next year, you're 99. You're still in your 60s. Yeah, you got a long ways to go. Come on over. Come on here, guys. Everybody can see you guys. Whereas Marcelina Munoz was born on June 2nd, 1922 in El Rio, Oxnard, to Polinar and Felicia Solano. She came to Hollister in 1930 with her family. She was the seventh of 11 children. And now therefore, I, Ignacio Velasquez, Mayor of the City of Hollister, do hereby proclaim June 2nd, 2022 to be Marcelina Munoz Day in the City of Hollister. And on behalf of our city council members and staff, to hereby congratulate Marcelina Munoz on her 100th birthday and wish her many more and continued good health. This is a pretty awesome deal.
It is.
And I hope you sent something to the president so he can send a letter to congratulate her. You know, they do this. So
Thank you very much. I know that our mother, we're having an event for her, which she does not know of yet right now.
okay.
And we have some people coming in from out of state, Oregon, and our nephews back in Washington. And she doesn't know they're all coming. So it's going to be a
One
Great
big City
side.
Hollister party and make
Yes.
sure she knows she has a
yes.
day for
and
her.
Thank you. Thank you very
No,
much.
thank you, all of you
council
guys.
members. Thank you.
That's pretty exciting. We are going to now move to the consent agenda. Are there any items council would like to pull?
Mayor Velasquez.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull item A8,
A8.
West of Fairview project. And then I'd also like to request that we move or bring forward items G3, G4, and G5. They're all presentations and I think they're important. I'd like them to be heard before 10 o'clock tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
You got it. Is there any others from council? Okay, do we have any from the public?
We have no requests from the public.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I'll move that we adopt the consent agenda items as presented aside from A7 and A8.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Item now A7. Ms. Morales?
Thank you. Just want to make sure that for the proceedings that there's communication, various attempts, and if possible, any type of conflict, being able to deal with this in the most client-centered way possible. So if you can share a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so essentially the proceedings is essentially something that the city has to do every year in order to levy the special tax. Once we get the approval to move forward, we will prepare the engineer's estimate. The engineer's estimate will be presented to the city council as well. It doesn't change. There's not an inflator, so the revenue that is brought up every year is the same. The levy for the parcels are the same parcels. And then we also have two public notices. So we send out notices and then we have a public hearing as well.
So you're saying that there's no question that anyone is going to come up to us and say, I didn't know, nobody worked with me, that there was due process, due diligence. So we will not hear from anybody.
As far as previous experience in the past 6-7 years, like I said, we send it out to the newspaper. We public notice it ahead of time so that if somebody does have a question, they could come up to us. It's the same levy every year. And so far we haven't had any issues.
Thank you.
No other questions? Any speaker cards?
We have no speakers.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye. Yes.
All right, motion carries 5-0. We'll move now to item A8.
So I just have a comment more than a question, I think, in this case. I know that we've had some preliminary conversations as we build the city out and as we have the financial opportunities to install more cameras in different subdivisions for safety and security. And so I just want to get on the record that as this development goes forward, I'd like to see that as part of the build out. And I know that when trenching goes on, there's no better time than to put the infrastructure in at the least cost. And so I just want to put that out on the record. I really don't have any questions, and I recognize that this isn't necessarily about that. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. All right, any other questions? Any speaker cards?
There are no speakers.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a
Second.
motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye, motion carries 5-0. We will now, you wanted G3, G4, and G5? sir?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you.
Also, Mayor, staff is requesting that you move, that council moves up G6 also.
And G6. All right, we'll do public input and then we'll move to that. Public input, this is a time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby, are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. If you are joining us by Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you're joining us by Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note, state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any speaker cards tonight?
Yes, the first speaker is Bill Mufsid.
Hello, council and mayor, Mr. Mayor. My name is Bill Mifsud, owner of Bill's Bullpen. I've come tonight to just promote my special day that we're going to be having, Free Comic Book Day at Bill's Bullpen. And we have a great crowd tonight of youngsters here in the crowd, and that makes me really excited. So sometimes the city and council doesn't agree on everything. You guys all 5 have different agendas, but one thing we can all agree on is that reading is fundamental. It's very important. I think we can all agree that in 20 years, I try to promote reading as one of the main building blocks upon with a solid education can be built on. We have an educator on our council as well, and I'm sure you will agree. With the emphasis on reading, student literacy will help develop higher levels of focus and concentration. In years past at my business, we've had many phone calls after our event saying, my child has a tough time reading, doesn't like to read, but he enjoys reading comic books or books related to my business, and that makes my day. So I want to make sure that, especially in the crowd today, we have a free comic book day. It's a free event. Superheroes will be outside on our red carpet. You can take pictures with them from 12 to 2. Raffle prizes, gift bags, goodie bags, and everything else, all free. If you want to buy something, that's up to you. But in the meantime, I like to surpass my 2,200 comics that I gave out 2 years ago. Last year was COVID. We didn't have an event. So with your help, anybody around here wants to share our event, it's a very important day at our store. And I want to make sure that those people in Hollister know that we're here. It's a big day. We got a lot of things going on, but maybe they can make a stop at our store for a free comic book. And that's about it. And we have comic books for all ages. You don't have to be a kid to come in. We've got adult comic books, kid comic books, teenage comic books, manga comic books, something for everybody. So thank you for your time. And we hope to see everybody maybe Saturday, May 7th from 10 to 8.
I was going to say date again, please, May 7th. Thank you, sir.
Did you say superheroes or council members?
Well, they're both. You guys are, it's a thankless job that you're doing. So I guess you guys are superheroes too, but it's a thankless job. We understand, but we'll have our own superheroes outside. I've got some great people lined up, and hopefully you can come by and take a picture.
I know Vice Mayor looks good in a tutu.
I didn't say that, but we're going to have great people that are cosplayers that'll be dressed up, and thank you for your time.
That's Cupid.
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is Sean Herrera.
Thanks. I actually, the comment that I wanted to make tonight was based on coming from the Chamber of Commerce.
And I wanted to give a little credit where credit was really, I think, is really due. There's quite a bit that's going on in our community, that all the growth and whatnot that we have, and it's a beautiful thing as we start seeing this community come into maturity. But not real often that am I seeing very offensive strategic plays that are happening. And I wanted to give some really highlight what I thought was an incredibly strategic move by Brett Miller recently, and really utilizing what was going on at the airport with our Through the Fence and the assets that this community has to offer. These are very valuable assets that we can present to companies that are looking at our community to come here, that will bring jobs and at least high paying jobs and focused jobs that I think that we're really looking for, not necessarily just commodity jobs. Utilizing a lot of these assets that we have, again, I think it's offensive. It's an offensive move that our community needs to be making in order to bring what we want to this community and how we want to bring it ourselves, and not just playing defense necessarily with real estate. You know, we have plenty of real estate, and that's an easy play, but to use our assets in an offensive, in an offense move where we can actually score, if you will. You know, we say we score on offense, we don't score on defense. Brett did a great job of working with this, and as we learn more and more about it, we started realizing that these are the type of companies that we want in this community, who will bring these assets. So I've actually gone from there and looked into some of my customer base out of the Silicon Valley and presented this to one of the Archery Aviation recently, who's just recently received $1 billion valuation.
Excuse me for a
Yeah,
minute. So,
Sean, I was gonna-
Mayor, point of order. This is on the agenda, right? So wouldn't it be more appropriate for him to speak?
Yeah, Sean, I was
This is on
just
the
cutting
agenda.
in.
Oh.
So
Oh, yeah.
F4 is Through the Fence.
Yeah.
So anything about Through the
think that's
Fence,
a-
you don't
Yeah.
want to talk about right now.
Okay.
So this would be the only thing, anything that's not on the.
Gotcha.
agenda.
Anyways, well, I just wanted to give a little bit of credit where credit is due. Bravo. Great work.
Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
I thought he was just spending his time congratulating Brett.
We'll give him some
I
more
was
time.
starstruck for a
Yeah.
while, so
Yeah.
I.
Yeah, well,
Brett's eyes were like, yes.
he can speak again though, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
When Bill said it was a thankless job, I'm not used to getting thanked, so.
I'm thrown off by superhero council members and city manager. Good job to everybody.
Um,
2-2.
The next speaker is on Zoom, Brooke Wright. We will unmute you.
Hi, great. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you so much. This is Brooke Wright from Environmental Innovations. I'm the Director of Programs and Strategy there, and my team works with integrated waste management on the county's Green Business Program. We also work with about 5 cities and counties on their plastics ordinance outreach to businesses, and with about 9 different cities and counties in the area on green business. I just wanted to share that this fiscal year, integrated waste management also involved our team in their outreach to restaurants and retail shops in Hollister regarding the potential foodware ordinance that you're considering. And we were working to encourage businesses with our incentives to switch from single-use plastic ahead of a potential ordinance. What we found there and in the other places we've worked is that the business community overall voiced support and understanding, but they needed additional financial and technical support to really make the changes. And they made it pretty clear that they probably wouldn't make the changes until an ordinance is in place. We at Environmental Innovations, we work with businesses first to help them switch to reusable foodware wherever possible, and help them realize that it actually saves them money almost 100% of the time to switch to reusables. And we try to make that reduction before encouraging them to replace their plastic with what is often more expensive compostable ware. So the long-term savings of not buying disposable items for in-house dining, it often offsets the expense that they face of purchasing non-plastic to-go ware. And in addition, our green business certification offerings often sweeten the deal further with their additional incentives. So it ends up being a really good mix of things that help the businesses. And what we found is that it really moves the needle when these ordinances are in place. It really moves the needle on waste reduction. And across the San Francisco and Monterey Bay area, these ordinances have been well received by business owners when they're well supported. So that means getting ample notification, being provided with vendor lists, signage, technical assistance, and even purchasing their materials like reusables for them in advance. So we hope this council supports both the ordinance and the businesses impacted by it. We hope you consider contacting us to be able to advise on that and support the ordinance's success. We can help the city's business community by providing the technical assistance, purchasing the reusables and other resources, as I described a little bit earlier, if you end up passing the ordinance. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker on Zoom is Valerie Eglund. We will unmute you.
Oh, thank you very much. This is Valerie Eglund, as you just said, with Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. And first of all, I want to compliment Hollister City for the excellent planning they're doing on bicycle safety. For Reach, we took a drive around, well, a bicycle ride around Hollister, and tried to document the great bike ways that there are for kids to get to school, safe ways for adults and families to move, and especially on the new river trail. But what I wanted to address this evening was not only that Hollister City has done a great job with their Parks and Rec Commission and their Parks and Rec Department. It just has made a city of vibrancy in Hollister when it comes to the forward look of summer to come. These kids around here are going to have a lot of good things to look for. The other thing that I wanted to just announce and ask favor for as well is that we're developing a mailer with a grant from the Community Foundation that highlights all the parks available in the whole county. There's a trifold in there that highlights all of Hollister's parks, which actually Hollister Parks has a great brochure that has been created by their Parks and Rec department. But this one gives a broad view that families can use day to day. So we'll be coming back either at the next community or the next council meeting or at the intergovernmental, all these words kind of just flow together, right? So we do hope to give a presentation on the mailer and show you what kind of outreach we're doing, not just for Hollister, but for the whole county, and to bring everybody together in a healthy environment. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
There are no more speakers.
Thank you. We'll now take care of item D1. City manager report.
Nothing to report at this time.
Item D2.
Yeah, Tina Garza will come and speak on recreation.
Good evening, Mayor Velasquez and City Council members. Tina Garza, Recreation Services Manager. Last week, I attended the California Trails and Greenway Conference. It had a lot of information, but the main thing I got out of it is connecting our parks to neighborhoods where there is access for, just like Reach Foundation talked about, Valerie England, connecting our community into neighborhoods, to parks, to the downtown area through walking paths, bicycles. So it was a great conference. I got a lot out of it. And just like Council Member Morales has always brought up, a lot of funding, especially in our district. So I'm going to look into it. I've made some contacts. So there is a lot of funding out there for us to continue, build, and make Hollister a vibrant community.
Thank you. Okay, we will now go to item G3.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, G3 is going to be an informational report on fentanyl opioid use in our community. Mary White and Sergeant Mike Patty will be presenting that.
Good evening, Mayor Velasquez and City Council members. My name is Michael Patty. I'm the Detective Sergeant for the Hollister Police Department.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Velasquez and City Council members. My name is Mary White. I'm a pharmacist with Public Health, and I've been a member of the Opioid Task Force since its beginning in 2017. So we're so grateful for the time this evening to give you a little update on opioids and fentanyl and the work of the coalition in our community. Thank you. I think we have a little slide presentation.
Bear with us a second.
That one. Okay, perfect. Great. Technology, you know. Okay, so again, thank you so much for this time. Just to let you know a little bit of the back history on the coalition to kind of give this context. So the San Benito County Opioid Task Force or Coalition was established in 2017. And it was established at a time where we had received information that we hadn't really seen before that showed us, and the information was from the state, and it was data that showed us to have a very high rate of opioid-related overdose deaths and a high rate of opioid prescriptions. In the same time frame, we had reports from law enforcement and the pharmacies regarding pharmacy robberies. I think there were 4 in a 2-month period at the time. And our emergency department was seeing an increase in the numbers of people presenting seeking opioids. So with all of that information, our health officer at the time, Dr. Newell, felt it would be really important to convene a group that could come together to look at this issue, raise awareness, and see what we could do. So the coalition came together very quickly, and it is a cross-collaborative group made up of multi-agencies and organizations across our community. We have over 50 members, and the coalition is action-oriented, meaning we try to walk out of every meeting with either ready to do a presentation or a press release, an advisory, whatever it is that we need to do. So the role of the coalition is not to provide direct services for treatment, but rather to engage coalition members and partners. So the role of the coalition really is to bring the stakeholders together, to share information and data, to bring awareness to the community, which we think is pivotal, to take action through coalition members and partners. The primary focus areas of the coalition have been naloxone training and distribution. We know that naloxone is a really key harm reduction strategy. So that was one of the first things that the coalition embarked upon. We did naloxone training from the get-go, training our first responders, first all, Hollister Police, Sheriff, and Fire, as well as AMR. They all are trained, they hold Narcan, they're comfortable using it in the field. Education and outreach has always been a cornerstone for the coalition. We need to continue informing our community and making sure that everyone's aware. Safe disposal, also key, with the message that we don't want people to keep unused or expired medications in the home where they can be accessed and potentially misused. We want them disposed of promptly and safely. Safe prescribing. Many thanks to our providers and pharmacies for really being able to utilize new, better and safer ways of managing pain, and in accordance with the CDC guidelines, expanding treatment resources through our community, and fentanyl, of course. So again, what's happened since the coalition came together, the Narcan training, which continues, we have literally trained hundreds of people within our community and dispersed over 1,000 doses to date. Numerous education and outreach presentations across platforms, even during COVID. We did it all virtually. Even a resource guide that's available to the community. With the safe prescribing that I mentioned, we've been able to decrease our opioid prescription rate by 50%. We have a really good website. And if you go to sbcopioidtaskforce.org, you'll see that it is really rich in resources and information, and we encourage the community to utilize it as a resource. And then safe disposal, as I mentioned, of course, we now have more safe disposal sites and kiosks in the community, more than we've ever had before. We have drop-off sites at both Hollister Police and Sheriff, as well as the landfill. And eye care pharmacy, and we hope to have more in the near future. And then in addition to that, we have the DEA Take Back Days twice a year, which are hosted by Hollister Police, the most recent one being this last Saturday. So the next couple of slides depict a little bit of data. So this first slide depicts overdose deaths in our county related to opioids and other drugs. This data comes from our sheriff coroner's office. Death data always lags. So this is 2021 data. And at the time we put the slide together, not all of the data was in. And since putting the slide together, we've learned that there were 5 additional deaths for a total of 10 deaths in 2021, 5 of which were fentanyl related. This pattern is seen not only in our county, but across our neighboring counties and the state and nationally. It's an issue that is crossing all geographic boundaries. Did you want to?
Yeah. Yeah, so over the last couple of years, obviously the law enforcement, sheriff's department, AMR and fire, we've responded to a large amount of medical calls and possible overdose deaths. And like I said, over that time period, a larger amount have been younger people, and some have had fentanyl in their systems. This year alone, since January, we've had about 5 to 6 death investigations of suspected overdoses. The initial medical examiner findings are about 4 of them had fentanyl in their systems. We're not able to conclusively close that as a overdose death related to fentanyl until we get the complete autopsy from the medical examiner. But just in the last couple of years, the rise in the fentanyl related overdose deaths have been pretty high.
Thank you. This next slide depicts overdoses that were not fatal, but that were reversed in the field by use of naloxone or Narcan, which we'll talk about in just a second. And this was naloxone administered by our first responders, and the data comes from our local EMS agency. And you can see here in 2021, there were approximately 40 individuals that were administered naloxone in the field. And were able to be revived, and the overdose was reversed. So we look at this, although we're seeing the overdoses, we also keep in mind that without the naloxone, each one of those potentially could have been a death instead of a rescue.
And if I could also just reiterate that, so these trainings for Narcan are vitally important. Fire, AMR, law enforcement, sheriff's deputies, we're constantly using Narcan a handful of times a week, if not more. And just like Mary had said, if Narcan wasn't available to us, the overdose death rate could be higher. Just like she said, in 2021 alone, there was 40, and had Narcan not been used in those cases, it could have went from the 5 fentanyl overdose related deaths to even higher.
This last data slide just depicts what we already mentioned, which is the opioid prescription rate. And we've seen a significant drop in the rate of prescriptions by 50% since 2017. So next, just speaking a little bit about fentanyl. So the issue with fentanyl, again, is being seen across the country, the state, and our counties and our neighboring counties. Fentanyl is an extremely powerful, potent opioid. It has 50 to 100 times the strength of morphine. Exposure to even small amounts can cause overdose and death. It can be made illegally in street labs. It can be added to other drugs and literally hidden or masked. It's used in counterfeit pills that are made to look like prescription pills, such as an OxyContin or a Percocet or a Xanax. And people take these pills if they've purchased them on the streets or obtained them somewhere other than a legitimate pharmacy. People take these pills thinking that they are a prescription pill, like an oxycodone, unaware that it may contain lethal doses of fentanyl. So the lethal doses of fentanyl are literally grains of sand. We'll see a picture towards the end that kind of depicts that. And this is why counterfeiters can use it to easily lace other drugs. And it's not just counterfeit pills that it's being seen in, but it's also being seen in marijuana, cocaine, and methamphetamine mixed in there. So some of the actions that have taken place that have been fentanyl centered have ranged from, we've put out joint fentanyl advisories to the community through press release and using social media. The Fentanyl Billboard. So this billboard has been on San Felipe, and it depicts the amount of fentanyl that would be considered a deadly dose, or that potentially could be a deadly dose. Compare it to the size of a penny. So you can kind of see there, and that was a really intentional message. And we tried to make it simple and really clear to at least get that across. And then there have been many other actions that have been taken. We've added a fentanyl tab onto the Opioid Task Force website. We're implementing use of fentanyl test strips in the hospital and with probation for quick, easy read to detect the presence of fentanyl. The county and the community is purchasing a TrueNarc device that will be utilized across agencies, law enforcement, and the hospital. It's a handheld device that can detect the presence of numerous substances. The emergency department continues with its medication-assisted treatment starts, and the list kind of goes on from there. I don't want to take too much time with that, but would be happy to answer questions at the end.
Did you want to tell them about the June 11th?
Oh yeah, coming. Right, yeah. So as with our last slide, we don't have this on the slide, but we did want to let everyone know that on June 11th, there's going to be a town hall open to the community and the public. It's being organized by our San Benito County Behavioral Health and partners. And I believe the time is 11 to 2, and I know they're getting ready to promote that and let everyone know, but we encourage everyone's attendance, and I think it's going to be a great way to inform the community. We had a town hall right before COVID, and that was really well attended, and a lot of good information came out of that. So I anticipate the same. And the coalition will be there representing, and we will be actually doing Narcan trainings live. I think on the hour is the plan, and we'll have Narcan doses to disperse at that time. And speaking of Narcan, I also wanted to mention, it wasn't on the slide, but for people who are interested in obtaining Narcan doses and holding doses, it is something that's very safe for the layperson to use, and just takes just a minute of training. And so it can be obtained from the pharmacies, can dispense it without a prescription from the doctor. It's covered by most insurances. It can even be obtained online from a site called Next Distro. If you go on there, you just watch a little 4-minute video, take a quiz, and they'll actually mail the Narcan to your house. And then lastly, through the Opioid Task Force, contact public health, and we can arrange to do a one-on-one training that takes just a couple of minutes and provide you the Narcan that way as well. Anything you want to add? No? Okay. That's it for us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Councilmember Burns? Go ahead.
Oh,
Mr.
thank you,
Burns.
Mayor. So thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate it. I was curious, can you talk about how you're interacting with our local schools, since there seems to be a lot of young people that are falling victim to this?
Sure, absolutely. So the schools are represented on the opioid coalition, just to start. And we've done a lot of work with the schools regarding presentations and educational programs and whatever, in a variety of formats. Even during COVID, we did virtual presentations with the students in that way. So we continue to work with them in that way. And we're actually getting ready, embarking on a new project. It's going to be a parent booklet, and it's based or modeled off of Marin counties, called Let's Talk. And they've had a huge success. And they are graciously letting our Tri-County area, San Benito, Monterey, and Santa Cruz use it. So we are in the process of editing it and working with the schools on that. So the idea is that that would get mailed to the parents of every incoming freshman in our community. So that's just a few of the ways, but we are definitely closely working with the schools and making sure that administrations is represented on the coalition, because they have a huge voice, and we know that the youth are, a segment of the population we really need to focus on.
Thank you. With regard to Narcan, I just recently bought some.
Yes.
And $10 through the pharmacy. And like you said, they accepted my medical insurance.
Yes.
Otherwise, it was going to be like $125 for two of them.
Right.
But as I understand it, time is of the essence. Is that when somebody ODs, I've heard they may have 4 or 5 minutes until it could be irreversible.
Depending on the situation, how much the person has taken, right? Obviously, the sooner you can get it in, the better. And the positive thing about the Narcan is, again, it's easy to use by the lay person. The person you come across doesn't have to be conscious. They don't have to be breathing. You can just administer it. And usually, if it's going to work, if there are opioids on board within the person's system, you'll see within a couple of minutes. And if not, you can repeat the dose, and hopefully buying enough time until the first responders get there and can provide additional assistance.
And did I hear you say during the town hall that you're actually going to do the training, and people that attend can actually be issued the Narcan then?
Yes, absolutely. We'll have it with us to be able to give out.
So Chief, I would like to see maybe us push that out on the PD website as well, so that we can, we can't have enough people get this as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
And there's no risk as a good Samaritan if I administer this, as I
No.
understand it as well.
Right. And that's an important point. So any bystander coming across a situation like that, and you have access to Narcan and you suspect that it's related to an opioid overdose, we are protected, under the Good Samaritan law. And also the other kind of beauty of the Narcan is that you can't do any harm with it. It only works if there are opioids in the system. So if the person is unconscious for another reason, if they've taken another drug, or it's a completely different reason, even giving them the Narcan under those circumstances cannot harm them. So when in doubt, give it.
Thank you. Sergeant, one of the things that I know the county and city of Fresno have recently done is put together a task force. And I saw a slide that talked about San Benito County doing the like. And at least it was my understanding in Fresno County that the emphasis is on not only providing help to the person that's inflicted by it, but also criminally charging, prosecuting, and when people die, charging them with homicide. Can you speak to that a little bit without necessarily compromising any strategies you may have?
Yeah, without going into too much detail, obviously, anytime there's an overdose death and we suspect it's drug related, obviously it's an overdose. We look into investigating that further, trying to figure out where they obtain the drugs, whether illegal or prescription medication. And for the most part, a lot of the more recent ones have been counterfeit prescription medication or cocaine or that kind of substance that's been the fentanyl has been added. So obviously we have several open cases where we're looking into those further and just doing further investigation. We work with the sheriff's office a lot in the opioid task force, and we continually are sharing this information and updating with stats and different things like that to try and make sure that everyone in the community is aware of the rise in these overdose deaths, to obviously try to bring that to people's so they're aware that this is a rise in the death rates, and they're aware that fentanyl is out there, and maybe to talk to their kids a little bit more, and so they're not purchasing illegal counterfeit things like that and using actual prescription medication through their doctor.
Thank you. I guess my last question would be, I've also heard it inferred that our kids can actually buy this over social media platforms and have it delivered to their house. Is there any truth to that?
I have heard it. I don't know about it being delivered. I'm sure it's possible. A majority of the deaths that we have observed is them purchasing through Snapchat and meeting up with the person, whether it's the money sharing applications and they pay that way, or meeting up with a person out of town and purchasing it in a different location.
Thank you both for your public service. I truly appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, thank you. That was very thorough. I learned a lot. We've been hearing more and more about this in the news, and it's pretty concerning. So I'm glad to hear that you guys have been working on this. It sounds like you've got a good task force going since 2017. So I appreciate you coming out here and giving a very thorough presentation. I do have some questions for our police department. I've heard stories on the news where police officers have come in contact with this types of substance and then they pass out and they have an overdose. And I would assume that we're training our police officers on how to handle these types of situations and how to administer Narcan and that type of thing. Could you speak to that at all?
Yeah, that's it's a good question. It's part of the training that we also are exposed to be able to have the Narcan. There's a lot of videos out there, unfortunately, of officers getting contaminated just with the powder without even knowing that they've touched it, and it gets it's that dangerous. So everyone knows to glove up, and even when you glove up, you need to be very, very careful. And one of the reasons why when we started the opioid task force, the first doses of Narcan was for our officers, and then we ended up using them on the individuals. Thankfully, we haven't had any cases of an officer or deputy here getting contaminated with the fentanyl, but it's extremely dangerous. And I mean, I'm sure you've seen some of those videos of how quickly it happens. And it's one of the most dangerous things that we're facing in law enforcement and public safety. The firefighters and the EMS personnel out there, they don't know what they're walking into, and they can walk into a contaminated area and be succumb to the effects of it as well.
So I would assume all of our police officers, fire department, EMS, all have Narcan on them at all. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Looking at the data, I was a little bit concerned about how the prescription opioid dropped down, but then the street fentanyl drug dropped up. Can you speak to that?
Sure. So even though we've had this huge drop, we have to keep in mind that the total number of opioid prescriptions for our county is still something like 20,000 opioid prescriptions, so that's a lot of pills. So it's not to say that the prescriptions aren't being used appropriately and doctors aren't prescribing them when they need to, because they certainly are. I think we were coming from a place of where they were prescribed to a larger degree. So I think we're just seeing that kind of being reined in a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. And then can you, or are you collecting data on demographics, like socioeconomic demographics, age, sex, et cetera? Can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, it is difficult. A lot of the data we get is from the state. So they collect the data. So there is some demographic data, such as age groups and things like that. So we try to get our hands on whatever we can. And then also from the data that is provided us by EMS, they're able to dig a little bit deeper into those files and extract some of that information. So it's not super easy to do.
Yeah, I'm just thinking in terms of preventative measures and educating that we should probably target that population. I'm sure it's probably identical across the state, not just unique to our
It is.
county.
And it's interesting that when you just look at the ages, it's across ages. So it's not necessarily one age group sticking out.
Okay. And then my last question, a few meetings ago, we had the Youth Recovery nonprofit come over here and give a presentation. Are they on your task force? Have you been in contact with them? What is your relationship with them on the police department? And I think you were not here last time, and so that's why we didn't ask those questions. But I'd really like to get more information about your working with them.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Very much so. And so I've worked with the two individuals that are in the Youth Recovery, the new organization, even in their prior roles with Valley Health Associates. And so in their current roles, they are definitely on the Opioid Coalition. So they attend our meetings and we've had lots of conversations. And so we're working together on some of these more youth-focused efforts, like the town hall and the booklet that I mentioned. So all of that. So we consider them a really important partner here for sure.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Perez.
Thank you for the presentation. Looking at those numbers, it's like you started in 2017. Could you imagine if you didn't? They'd be a lot worse. And I know there was a few weeks over a couple of months ago, maybe, I don't know. Where there was like a 1 week period where there was like 5 calls or something like that. So the numbers are growing and you guys are putting up the fight and I appreciate it. Our community appreciates it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments? Thank you for your presentation. Do we have any speaker cards?
We have no speaker cards.
Chief, go ahead.
I just wanted to add, Mr. Mayor, thank you for letting me speak. Just last night, our officers responded to a call of a 17-year-old overdosing. And luckily, his family had Narcan and administered a dose. Officer Messiers arrived to assist and had to apply a second dose. And that 17-year-old was revived and transported to the hospital. So I would like to think that it's thanks to Mary White, the opioid task force, and their work that their message is getting out to the families, to the public, and they had Narcan with them and were able to basically save their child's life. So it's happening more often than you think, and it's just a testament of our times right now, how dangerous it is. Thank you.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. One final question based on what the chief has said. So it looks like you guys have got far more successes than challenges with people living, which is really good. What happens after the overdose? Where do we go from there with those people that have already shown that they've overdosed?
Right.
Yeah, so in those cases for us, we're obviously, depending on the circumstance, we're going to be documenting the report. And if they're in possession of any kind of illegal drugs or anything like that, that's obviously taken. And depending on the circumstances, charges may be forwarded to the DA's office because they're going to be obviously going to the hospital. And we're working with the county, obviously, to try and get them assistance or help in some sort, if they need the assistance with the addiction and whatnot. And each circumstance is a little different, so you have to kind of look at it depending on if it's a juvenile or a younger teenager, or if it's a older adult. Each circumstance is a little different.
Thanks again. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Perez, you had a comment?
Yeah, the only other thing I wanted to add is those are just numbers that were recorded, that were reported, so there's hidden numbers in there.
Right.
And you know what, it's thanks again for all that you guys do.
Great. Thank you.
Thank
you so much
Thank
for
you
the
very much.
time, and thanks for all of your support and helping to raise awareness about this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to come speak.
Great.
Thank you. We'll now move to item G4.
Good evening, Mayor Velasquez and City Council members. Tina Garza, Recreation Services Manager. Before you is the report at the Jerry Gabe Dog Park. Just a quick rundown of some of the activities that we have going on at the dog park. We do have a Peacekeeper Canine Services that offer a no-cost dog park etiquette class to our residents. And this class begins May 21st. Classes will resume on the first and third Saturday of every month from 9 to 10. There will be no classes in November or December. Each participant registers a recreation department, and the instructor will work with 15 residents and their dog, and then allow 20 other residents as bystanders, where the dog is not allowed, but they can just listen in on the dog park etiquette. And the dogs must show proof of current vaccinations. In addition, the dog park shade structures will be installed at the end of June. The order was placed months ago, but just due to the construction of the material, it was ordered, or we received confirmation April of 2022. And we've also added additional garbage cans and picnic tables, different areas of the park. The next item is the irrigation at the dog park did continue to have leaks and broken valves, but our landscapers have repaired those leaks and valves and now maintain the irrigation control clock. I did attach a report, and it's a cost estimate, and it provides different options for lawn restoration and maintenance. The first one is lawn seeding, which will require the area that needs to be seeded to be closed for 6 weeks, and the cost estimate is $3,500. And then the second option is sod installation, which will require the whole park to be closed for 4 weeks, and the cost estimate is $9,500. I did add a third option after just kind of discussing it with staff. That staff continues to monitor the bare areas of the park, and during the months of December and January, staff can add compost, topsoil, and fertilizer, and then work it into the soil and then spread the grass seed. Staff does recommend that City Council receive this report and provide direction to staff on how council wishes to proceed.
Councilmember Sendes?
Thank you. So I'm going to go off here on from what you're asking about, but
Okay.
I'm just going to say, like, the dog park's been a huge success in my opinion. I see it packed all the time, and I had no idea that. I know that there was other dog parks in other communities, but it has been a huge success. In fact, more people, they want more dog parks. I know we have one coming for the firehouse too, but what is the rationale? What is the reason that we cannot do this at the Clower Park in the fenced area now? It's people are using it as an unofficial dog park anyway. It makes sense to me. And I'm just wondering, since we're talking about dog parks anyway, why can we not just convert that into a dog park? I'm just wondering that question.
I can speak off of, yes. Yes. So staff did work with our landscape architect to see if there's a possibility to have a dog park, or what can we do? Could we remove some of that fencing to make it a little more open space at Frank Clower? And they're currently doing the studies, but I know in past, the reason why we didn't allow it to be a dog park is because the dog feces would, I'll let Brett's ready to talk.
So with Clower Park, we can remove the fencing, but we can't have it as a dog park. The reason is that water goes into our groundwater. So you would not want to have pet feces or urine into our groundwater.
So that makes sense to me. Then my suggestion would be, let's just remove the fence. It's being used as a dog park now anyway, so it doesn't make sense for us to keep the fence up. And on top of that, it's cut, like the fence is cut, the chain's cut, they just go in there. So we either make it into a dog park or we just remove the fence. And I think if we remove the fence, people will start using it more, maybe put up some picnic tables or something. But I understand, but I just, again, I know you're asking for direction on something else, but I just think that it's been a huge success and we need more dog parks here in the city of Hollister. I've got more requests for it. So thank you.
So is that a direction to remove the fencing?
Well, I will say
No.
staff has been working on coming up with some ideas. for that.
I'll bring a report to council.
Yeah.
How's that?
Vice Mayor Price, you had a comment?
Oh, yeah. So I love the dog park. It's great. Dogs get to interact. I can't talk tonight. Dogs get to interact, and so do people. It brings our community together, and I know it needs to be fixed. So how are we going to stop this problem from happening? Because we just opened it a year ago. a little over a year, something like that. So how are we gonna do this every year, or what's our plan to not have to do this again?
I think the reason why the grass started to dry out, and it wasn't dead, but it was just starting to dry out, is because of the irrigation. Not sure exactly what happened, but the irrigation had been turned off. The clock timer completely wiped out, which we weren't aware. We thought it was watering until we did more research on it. But I was just out there. I went out there on Tuesday before I went off to my conference, and the grass looks nice. It looks good. I did not go out there today. I was just catching up on emails, but normally they cut the grass on Mondays, but I'll head out there either tomorrow or Wednesdays is when I usually do my rounds. It was starting to look good and grow back, except those bare areas, but that has been an issue the whole time. We've always had those bare-ish around where the equipment is. That has always been an issue. I would just recommend that allow us staff to kind of throw some seed and compost this winter and see how it grows, and then kind of take it from there. Because I think we're going to always have those bare areas, because that's where the dogs just run and play, and that's why it's bare.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So 3,500 to throw some seed down and water, 9,500 to put sod down. And so what are we going to do, recognizing that we're going to enter, if we're not already in phase 2 of a drought? And are there other options other than grass that might be more expensive initially, but over the long haul, provide the same resource without having to constantly deal with this issue?
We have looked into that area. Sand was brought up, DG was brought up out there. Sand, we're just concerned about the feral cats, making it a litter box. We could put the DG around the equipment and have some sort of a border. I don't know if we want a border, because a lot of the dogs play catch and run back and forth, but that could be an option. I think someone said artificial grass in that area, but that could be a similar cost to sod and the
So
maintenance.
I would just like to see more options.
Okay.
I mean, for now, a temporary solution, to throw some seed down, but the reality is we're not going to have the water to water the seed to grow the grass.
No.
And so I think we need to make some hard choices moving into this drought, and we need to get our house in order first.
Okay.
And for me, alternatives, I think, even if it costs more and it provides a greater wear and tear, I think, why not be the first and lead in the industry? So thank you. Appreciate your time.
I'll look into that. I have asked our landscaper, the company that does maintain that park, for some suggestions too, and then both landscaping companies for a water reduction plan out. I understand that. I think we're going to discuss it today, so I'll get a better idea and let them know.
Thank you. A couple of comments. That section has been a problem since the very beginning. So I think we were trying to get it open, and for some reason it wasn't growing well there.
Right.
It does need to be looked at and just be done right to finish that area. I know we did at one point talk about artificial grass before we got decided on the real stuff, and I forgot what the reason was on that, but Mr. Burns is right.
Yeah, I mean, we'll look at it again, but I think the reason was, that it didn't drain very well. It wore out fairly quickly with dogs digging, and like I said, didn't drain very well with probably with dog urine and stuff like that.
Well, actually, wasn't it a leak at first? There was a break in the line for a while there.
There were many
Yeah.
breaks out
So
there.
then that's where it gets
Yes.
back to my question. I'm sorry, did I cut it? But is what are we going to do about it? I mean, because who's putting this together? And, do we need to recheck their work and stuff? Because that's not supposed to happen in this shorter period of time, even with as much as the ground moves here in this county. That's way too soon for this much maintenance to be done.
I think now we have a professional company maintaining it, so they're figuring out what was done wrong by the original install that our staff did. And Mr. Resendez said it well. It's been very successful, working well. So I think we need to do these projects. Do we need to close the entire park, or can't we just fence off the area that's being worked on? So
The recommendation was
so
for this.
popular now that
I know, that's
people
what I
don't.
said.
Split it in half.
Yeah.
The recommendation was for, if we were to go with the option 2, the sod, that to close the entire park for 4 weeks, just because they didn't want the animals like digging around it or digging underneath the fence or trying to get in on the sod, and then it's a waste because.
I think we could do something to protect it and not shut down the whole park. I think we have to look for a way to make that work. I think the sod is probably a better way. We had, when they did this, they were spreading seed. And part of the problem, they said too many birds were coming in, eating up the seed. So that didn't work very well. Do the sod, but fence it off in a way that the dogs are not going to come into it, or a couple layers of the vinyl fencing to do it. So I think there's a way to do it. I just don't think shutting the whole thing off is a very good idea. You're going to have a lot of dog owners, a lot of upset dogs, I should say. They love going there. They know they're going to the park, and they don't want to be kept away from their little friends. So
I think,
we can do something.
And Mayor, if you don't mind, I think that's a great idea. We can close off. We have the new park, Valley View, that's being expanded with basically a little ball area. Well, the design was to put it all grass, and I would say the baseball and softball people would like to see more of a, I'm blanking on
the skin, a diamond, a baseball,
yeah, a
softball
diamond.
field.
So we
It's
could probably
all
scrape the grass off of that, put it out at the dog park. So we could probably save some money on those costs.
There was that was the other option at
So-
the extension of Valley View.
So you're going to scrape the grass off? Do you know what that process is like?
No.
Okay. YouTube that.
I would stick with one of the two options. I would say seed is not a good one.
Okay.
Just do the sod. Find a way to fence it off so we don't have to shut it off or shut it down for 4 weeks. It's a long time for a lot of families.
Okay.
That would be my recommendation. Do we have any speaker cards?
We have no speakers.
Thank you. Thank you for the update. And is that, you have the direction on
It-
that?
Yeah, we
or-
got direction.
Okay.
Good.
Yes, we have direction.
Thank you.
I'm up again.
Okay, we'll move to item 5.
After some research, okay, my report is on the Vista Park Hill. In 2009, the Vista Park Hill Master Plan was developed and approved. The master plan included ADA accessibility improvements with the existing 5 acres of the park. And it also proposed a development of for the 14 acres of the city-owned park to complete a full 19 acres of public recreation. The Vista Park Hill Master Plan was implemented into the Park Facility Master Plan approved by Resolution 2019-112 on May 20th, 2019. And below are some of the improvements and phases. I think on the PowerPoint presentation, I have the different phases, but it was really hard to see. So I also attached a PDF copy for you guys to review. This right here is kind of like the park master plan. We see the 2 towers, you see the softball field. Where's the little yep, nope, it's not working, darn it. Okay. Oh, there you are. Okay, so over to this is just the hill, the park. Up at North Street, back up, go north, Paul. Yeah, over to the left, or my left. There's a trail right over there, and that's part of the area of the disc golf course. I'll move on. This is another section of the park, the bottom part towards 3rd Street. If you go south, Paul, yeah, right there. That was probably around 20 years ago. There was a trail there that we would like to bring that back. You can partially see it over in the corner of 3rd Street. There is a bus stop. So behind that was a trail, and we would like it to go east and west, north, south, go up to Hill Street, Locust Avenue. That is right now it is a maintenance road where the public drives up, and it's starting to deteriorate. So the recommendation is to put some sort of fence, guardrail there, just to prevent the public from going up there. Oops, wrong one. Sorry. Here is a presentation, kind of spread out, a dog park. This is actually not the correct one. There's been some updates. So I will allow Chief Reynoso to talk about the dog park and the spay and neuter clinic.
Yes, thank you. For some time, we've been talking about another dog park there at Park Hill, and since then, some of the buildings that were there have been removed. The one in the middle was burned and was removed, but the other 2 buildings also that were contaminated have been removed as well. And then that's the area that Tina and I have been discussing for a dog park to fence that area in. Possibly leave some of the parking because it's always good to have some accessibility there. But one of the suggestions I had was the area in the middle where the burned building was, to make that a smaller dog area as well. I know that the existing dog park has separate sections as well for that. And we're hoping that to get some direction to go in that way. There's some other, and the parking area needs to be fixed. I think you have pickleball right there, Tina.
Yeah, there is a landing, old landing.
Yeah, there needs
area.
to be repairs. The tripping hazard there. That's one of the possibilities for that. But in talking about the building which has the red roof in the picture, we've also been discussing the idea of having our own spay and neuter clinic that's easily accessible to the public right next to the dog park. We want to see if we can partner with a veterinarian and see if there's some partnership that we can do with the city and a veterinarian where they could possibly have their facility there, and in exchange for rent, actually provide spay and neuter the services for the community on a monthly basis. So that's one of the things that we're looking into, to see if there's anyone that might be interested in that, or we're going to go down that road to go in that direction. We do have some funding available from donation that was given to us from the Helen Ross Fund, and we were hoping to use this money towards this project and name it. Hopefully, I know there is a process for naming parks and everything like that, but we would hope to name it the Helen Ross Dog Park and spay and neuter clinic if it happens, if we're successful in that plan.
The next area is our softball field. Doesn't look like this. I was actually up there today working on another project, but the grass is starting to look really good. There's some bare spots. But what is not in great shape is the dirt, what we call the diamond. It's full of rocks, and we just would want to grade that or clean that up, add some dirt soil, put a new backstop in, and some dugouts along with some bleachers back there. Back when I first started, we used to have city fun softball games up there, and it was a really good experience interacting with your coworkers. And we would actually play up at this field and then go have a barbecue. It was either recreation staff competing against another organization or just some sort of a fundraiser. but great opportunity for us to bring that back and create community again. Over in the bottom, my bottom left, we had a couple of community members ask us about archery range. They wanted to shoot their bows and arrows in our public parks, and we let them know that it's not safe, it's a liability. So talking with staff, we thought about the bowl, kind of creating something over there. It's a safer area to bring in different types of, what do you call those, targets. And I've been working with I reached out to a company. I can't think of their name right now, but I have it in here. So it's Archery Trade Association. So I've been in contact with them just to see what we can do, any cost associated with it. So that is one idea, to bring that over there. And this was the paperwork that I provided, and I ended up sending it to you guys in a PDF because it's just not, you can't see it. But the first page that is funding mechanism, it's a City of Hollister CIP projects for our parks. And it started way back in 2017 and it goes to 2028. And you'll see the different parks, park improvements, and then a cost estimate. And in there, Vista Park Hill has a significant amount that was allocated towards the park, along with all of our other parks, the water reclamation, Dunn Park Clubhouse, which we're working on now, and a couple of other things. And then this right here, Appendix D, kind of breaks it down just for Vista Park Hill and what our different phases were: Hill Street improvements, the pedestrian access, which I actually walked out there today with Will Allen, who is the city's public works inspector. Thank you. He's our public works inspector, and he had some great ideas on how to improve ADA access. So I look forward to working with Will on some of those projects. And then I think that's the end of my presentation. Yeah. So that's the end of the presentation. And I just, staff recommends that the city council receive the report and provide direction to staff on how council wishes to proceed.
Thank you, Councilmember Burns.
Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. Mr. Miller, have we appropriated any of the monies for any of these improvements?
Not at this time, no.
Okay, so we could actually use some of our ARP money for this if we chose to, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But some of the newer stuff probably could be used, some impact fees, because it's
Right.
it currently not a park on those new
Right.
areas.
Right. So I guess my concerns are if we never get started, we're never going to get finished.
Right.
And so I would like to maybe put together a strategic plan and start to move forward with it and identify specific funding streams and sources so that we can stop talking and start working in my mind. And, you know, I think from my concern, well, first of all, I hate to be a negative guy, but archery, I just don't think that's going to work really well. Mr. Epperson, I would love to hear your thoughts on the risk and liability, you know, and I wouldn't walk up there with an apple. I'd say that.
I think that question would best be referred to the city's insurance providers.
Okay, Mr. Miller, it's on you. So,
Yeah, if it was done under close supervision, that'd be one thing, but it would not be an open range.
okay, all right. And then I guess the accessibility would be my number one priority because parks need to be open for all of our residents and our guests. So, but I would really like to move forward and maybe, you know, the timing is actually pretty good with the budget conversations coming up, but I think we need to commit to our parks. So thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it.
We'll bring the operating budget, but we can bring a separate project forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it looks like, just from looking at this, it looks like this is a little outdated, the master plan. Is that correct? And it looks like we've already done some of these things. Is that not correct?
There's been no improvements up at Park Hill. Council just approved the barbecue area appropriation of 140,000, and that was at our last council meeting.
But I did
that's-
see like the playground, and I know we just did the playground, we did the
Oh, I'm sorry,
restroom, so we
yes,
did
you're
do
right.
some, the picnic area. So we have done some of the things that were on the original list. So again, I'm just trying to piece this together too, and how we're going to pay for it. And I'm not opposed to it either. I think starting with a study is a good idea. I'm wondering how much do we have in the Helen Ross? I think it's been a while since we talked about that. Do you know how much money we have available in that fund?
I think it's around 400,000.
400,000. And do you think that'd be enough just to do the dog park? So I think we need to go with Councilmember Burns' suggestion as far as doing a study or a strategic plan, finding out how we're going to pay for these things, how much they're going to cost, find out what's been done, what hasn't been done, and what needs to be done, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Give some comments. I actually kind of like the archery. Mr. Burns, don't worry. We'll put the app on your head. I'll try it. Actually, if you go down to the bowl and you see it, you see it is actually could be done in a safe manner with I think as the city manager pointed out, a professional firm that's teaching classes or doing something. It could not be just public shooting arrows across over the hill. So that would be a little bit of a concern for me. So I understand that. Mr. Resendez is correct. We're doing the idea in the past was we're going to allocate so many dollars a year, pick 1 or 2 parks, attack it, move on to the next 1 or 2 parks the following year, and so on. So I think we need to get back onto that schedule. So we're committed, as Mr. Burns is saying, to the improvements. I'm not sure about the facility. So we're working with SNP right now to provide services. We'd have to look at the overall cost. And I guess my only concern would be you might have dogs barking if they're staying, if you have a clinic overnight, you have neighbors right next door, that might turn out to be a problem. I'd like the idea of the dog park. I think that fits really well there, actually. I like the little dog park you guys laid out too in the middle there. I think that's a great way to use that space right now. So I'd like to see what we can do there.
Okay.
Do we have any speaker cards?
We have a speaker on Zoom, Valerie Eglund. We will unmute you.
Yes, thank you. It's really interesting to look at the city CIP projects that went from 2017 to 18 and then 27 to 28 coming up. And yes, the mayor and Roland are absolutely right. A lot of this has been done already, which is to your advantage, actually. When you look at the years there, the 2019 to 2020, we're looking at Vista Park Hill Phase 1A, 20 to 21. And I'm not seeing that that kind of money has been put in there yet, unless or maybe that's a total. Impact fees, bond, transportation related funding, 4,500,000. I think that is an accumulation of the above. Is that correct, Tina?
I'm not seeing what you're reading. What the first phase, is that what you're looking at?
Chapter 7, funding mechanics. Master city master plan. It came in your agenda. Okay. So anyway, what I'm saying is that basically there's a lot of planning yet to do, and it's good that you've been getting started on it. I think that Tina is very aware of what the needs are, and it's very nice to see such a competent person working. But the bowl and the archery, we have an archery group around, and it's highly sophisticated operation. So definitely, I'm sure that you'd need to get a group together that could give advice. And just like with the disc golf, to find a group that's in an enthusiastic input that can give you enthusiastic input that can create something that would be profitable as far as exercise goes. So yes, nice to see so much progressing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There are no more speakers. Oh, sorry, we do. Robin Pollard.
I know I saw Robin walk in. I have the master plan. Good evening. I attended all the meetings for the master plan for Park Hill in 2009, and I managed to get a copy. And I'd love to share it with you if any of you'd like to actually see the master plan. The phase 1 has a road going from Buena Vista up to the top of the hill, which is, a car road access. And fortunately, we got the trail, which is wonderful. People are using it. It's getting a lot of use. And you've done a lot of things on this master plan, not in the phases that it was designated, but you did do the new bathrooms, which are wonderful, in the North Trail, and the new playground equipment. You recently funded the barbecue. But if you see this plan was, if you've ever gone to where they ask you to help design a plan, the first thing they tell you is think big, everything you want. And so people came and said everything they wanted to see. And then they came back at the end and said, well, here's the $80,000 document, and it's going to cost $9 million, and we can't do it. But we broke it up into phases. So none of the things that are in phase 1 were completed. None of the, some, like the disc golf was on the list, but now it's in. Hallelujah. And I was very excited to see that you actually incorporated the buildings up there, which I've tried for 20 years to have that land. I designated as parkland in every parks plan, every master plan the city has done, because I truly believe that the top of that hill should be public for everyone. And it should always be public land. And until it's converted from city property to public land, the great idea of the dog park and all the things that you want to do there really aren't possible. I don't believe, but I could be wrong. But I would hope, since you've allocated $4.5 million to do something on Park Hill, that you might start with a more realistic plan that actually incorporates the road that we have, the barbecue, the playground equipment that wasn't put where it was supposed to be. There's lots of opportunities up there, and I'm only going to be there 2 more years, and I'd love to see it finished when I walk away. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no more speakers.
Thank you. Do you have another comment, sir?
I keep hearing about the 4.5 allocated. So what does that mean exactly? Can you spell that out for me?
Yeah, in the plan, it discussed the funding sources, and the funding sources were going to be impact fees, bonds, and transportation related funding, which would be a grant. So to a point, we don't have the bonds for that, and we currently don't have the grant funding, but we do try to get other grant funding for parks. So we did it for Fire Station 2, and we'll try for this one too.
And the reason I'm asking is I just want to be clear. We do not have $4.5 million designated and budgeted for that park, correct?
It's in our planning, that's all.
It's in our planning, but it's not actual.
It's an estimated cost.
It's an estimated cost. I just want to make that very clear. Can we at least, again, here I go on my dog park. I'm telling you, people are asking for dog parks. Can we at least start with that next? We just finished the picnic areas. Can we at least finish off that little dog park right there where the building was just torn down? And then on the back area, that would be the bigger dog park, right? Where they currently have the teepee. I don't know what else to call that area, where they have the teepee and stuff. Is that where we're talking about putting the
No.
It's
dog park?
is where the other two buildings used to be that have been removed as well.
Oh, so it's not on the back.
Not on the back.
Can you put the presentation back
It's
up,
right,
please?
it's right close, right across the parking lot from the little.
Oh,
dog
so
park.
you're gonna put the little park, the little dog park, and then the big dog park right there next to each other. Well,
Next to
I
each
think
other.
Yes.
that's fine.
Yeah, you're okay with it? Okay.
I'm just wondering if we can just start with that at least. And yeah. All right. I'm just hoping we can just do that.
So we'll look at it quickly. There's see where it says dog park. So that was going to be moved forward, right, Chief? This was an older one. This was, yeah.
Yeah. So now it would be down where those two buildings are depicted there. They're not there anymore.
Yeah, those two buildings are gone. And so it would be the parking lot and then the dog park, and then that back area would stay what it is. And then, yes, right.
Nice walk up the hill with the dog and then let them go run around. Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. It'd be very helpful, I think, to actually get some cost proposals so that, again, going into budget conversations, be nice to be able to earmark some money to actually move that forward before the end of this calendar year if possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I would add, I think this would be something you might want to look at, as Mr. Burns recommended earlier, something that doesn't use as much water. I think this is something we can look at this time around on this.
I have a couple spare cats if you want to go with the TNG or whatever it was.
Okay, well, thank
That's
you
it.
for that.
Thank you.
We'll now move to item G6.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So sorry, we get to it. So the Intergovernmental Committee recommended that the City Council receive an informational presentation regarding the California Assembly Bill 626 and then Assembly Bill 377 on micro enterprise home kitchen operations from Cook Alliance Representative and Executive Director Roya Baggery. Sorry, Roya.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi,
Good
thank you
evening.
for.
No,
Sorry,
go ahead, Roya.
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, after you, Gracie.
Good evening, council members. This is Gracie calling from the County Administration Office. I just want to do a quick introduction to Roya Bagari. She is from Cook Alliance, a nonprofit leading voice for the home food entrepreneurs. She's also the executive director, and she is here today to provide your council further information on the MECO program. I would like to announce that we will be hearing this item at the board level on May 10th. So this is a secondary presentation that we want to provide to your council and get a more clear and definite answer or consensus on whether to move forward with the program countywide or otherwise. So with that, I'd like to hand it off to Roya.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I hope you all can see the screen now with the presentation. And Gracie, thank you for that introduction. So if you can see everything, then I'll proceed.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Well, again, thank you for having me here. I wanted to give this presentation to you all to explain how microenterprise home kitchen operations work and how they provide inclusion, incubation, and innovation for the community. And so specifically AB 626 is the Homemade Food Operation Act, and it was passed into law by the California legislature in 2018 with a cleanup bill that followed AB 377 in 2019. And what it does is it allows home cooks to apply for a MECO permit to legally sell most types of food directly to the public from a home kitchen. And what it really does is build upon the success of the cottage food law that has been around and available for over 10 years now. And the difference being that cottage food allows the sale of baked goods and shelf-stable items, whereas specifically Micos are selling meals, hot, cold, etc. And so this the legislation requires each county to opt into the law to authorize this type of food facility, and that's because the counties are typically the governing body in charge of the health departments, and this is a permit that goes through the health department. And so since its implementation, we've had a number of other counties opt in, including Riverside, which was the first, and since then Imperial, Lake, Solano, Santa Barbara, Alameda, San Mateo, Sierra, and most recently San Diego County have opted in, and there are others pending. Santa Clara will be hearing a presentation and on it tomorrow. And there have been a number of advocates that have been responsible in San Benito County for bringing this in front of the County Board of Supervisors. And so, you know, what we're proposing is either full implementation or perhaps a 2-year pilot program to test and see how it's working for your community. And so what is a MICO? It's a food facility that's operated by a resident in a private home. So you can serve all different types of hot and cold foods, except for anything that requires a HACCP plan. So no raw oysters, smoked or cured foods, pickled or preserved foods, no ice cream or raw milk products, no vacuum packed, no shellfish, display tanks, things, no CBD or THC. But for example, homegrown fruit and vegetables are okay. And there are food safety regulations that are placed upon these MICOs. So specifically, they do have to obtain a food manager certification, which is a course and then also an exam. They have to submit standard operating procedures. And then also there is a year initial inspection as well as a yearly inspection. And there are caps placed on these MICOs because it is meant to be, you know, an incubation space. So the caps right now, it's $50,000 in gross annual sales, although now it's $54,000 adjusted for inflation. And then 30 meals per day, 60 meals per week. They're allowed to have 1 full-time employee and 1 MICO per residence. And in terms of the preparation, everything has to happen on the same day, preparation of the food, cooking, serving, delivery. And in terms of delivery, there's no third-party delivery services, and then no, it's direct sales only to consumers, no going through a wholesaler or retailer, and no catering events or farmers markets, but in-home cooking demos and classes that then have, you know, a food component are okay, and a form that many have taken throughout the state thus far. And so why is this really beneficial to the communities that it's been implemented in? And we've broken it down into inclusion, incubation, and innovation. So specifically, it provides entry for lower income individuals and caretakers who otherwise would not be able to afford or operate their own food business. It also improves access to healthy food for individuals living in food deserts or food swamps, allows those that are already cooking illegally to come out from the shadows. And specifically there, it provides, for those that are already doing this and coming out from the shadows, it provides helpful safety guidelines, food manager instructions for those that might otherwise not have formal training, and leveling the playing field between traditional brick and mortar restaurants and home kitchens, because there is that requirement for the inspection, the training. They would be required to get a business license through your city, and the payment of applicable taxes and fees. And so just to touch upon the informal food economy, tens of thousands of Californians already sell food from home informally because of the high barriers of entry. So there are community Facebook groups, especially, you know, this is an example of where social media and technology has really progressed to the point where, you know, people very easily can sell their food online using social media, whether it's Instagram or Facebook or other. And current unlicensed home cooks face possible fines, and consumers can face possible public health risks with the existing informal food economy, which we found is about 30% first-generation immigrants, 85% women, 48% African, Hispanic, or of multiracial descent, 35% household incomes of $45,000 a year. And this is people have resorted to the informal food economy because pathways to entrepreneurship were out of reach for many underserved populations, including busy parents, recent immigrants, low-income community members. And why is that? So we definitely look at the costs. So the average cost, startup cost for a brick and mortar food establishment is $400,000. Even a food truck, which is considered to be more accessible, still has $50,000, a lot of upfront costs. Rent for a commercial kitchen is very high, $45,000 when they're even available and there's available space for them. But then the all-in cost to launch a MECO is around $1,000 with the permitting fees and the classes and any additional tools that might need to be purchased. And this is especially important for caretakers, people who are unable to work the traditional job due to home caretaking duties. And so we have an example of a Riverside MECO chef who's permitted in Moreno Valley. And she's quoted as saying, being able to operate a home cooking business is especially helpful because I'm the single parent of a special needs son. This lets me work around his schedule when I'm able and help support my family. In looking for means to make ends meet, I drove Uber, I did Uber Eats and all of that, but nothing seemed to really work to meet my needs. The first day that I cooked, I literally made more money than 2 weeks worth of Uber. It's helped everything. My life went from really struggling from paycheck to having this means to make ends meet and doing it on my own terms. And so we found that it is really helping women driven entrepreneurship in rural and suburban communities. And so it is an incubation space because, they do have caps, maximum of 30 meals per day or 60 meals per week. And if you consider how much food that is, it's only about cooking 3 meals a day for a family of 4. So it's not, adding a huge burden on, homes or the infrastructure. And that cap of $50,000 a year, it helps ensure that MECOs and brick and mortar restaurants can coexist. And especially, we've talked to a number of brick and mortar restaurant owners who have explained that this is actually how they started. This is how they saved up money to get to a brick and mortar. And we know of many MECO operators that hope to be able to use this as a stepping stone into the food industry, whether it's going into catering or a brick and mortar. And so another Riverside chef, Keon Taylor, was quoted as saying, I have had a lifelong dream to open a brick and mortar Cajun restaurant, but never had access to the funds to get it off the ground. My MECO has given me the platform to build a strong customer base, showcase my cuisine for my community, and draw the attention of investors. This year, I will have the grand opening of my Cajun restaurant in Menifee. His plans sort of changed and he's doing catering now, but it definitely served as a stepping stone for him. And so another thing is it's really a form of innovation for communities. So there's many different forms that MECOs can take. So for example, a farmer wanting to offer educational cooking classes and tasting events using specialty produce, the local entrepreneur testing out their restaurant idea before signing on a lease on a brick and mortar, a personal chef preparing nutritious meals for senior citizens, cottage food operators being able to expand their menus to include, other things, wedding cakes, filled donuts, cupcakes with cream cheese and frosting, families selling pumpkin pies, tamales, and other specialty foods during the holidays, couple hosting cooking classes and a supper club at their home, church members preparing meals for people experiencing homelessness or hunger, or a home cook making takeout meals for neighbors or farm workers or just their community. And so this is something that has been going on legally in Riverside County since June of 2019. So we have a lot of evidence that shows that this is actually working. And so currently there's about 120 permitted home cooks operating in Riverside County, and they actually received the 2020 California State Association of Counties Merit Award for their home kitchen ordinance. And looking at the demographics of who are these people that are getting these MECO permits, it's 85% people of color, 60% women. And then we've heard a lot of questions around, what about like grease and increased burden on the infrastructure of pipes and such. And we found that only about 6% deep fry. And as a part of getting that food manager certification, they learn about proper grease disposal methods. And so if anything, this actually elevates the amount of concern and care that's taken by these home cooks for their communities. And the incredible part is across the state of California and all of the jurisdictions that have thus far implemented this, there have been 0 food safety related complaints. And then in terms of code enforcement compliance for cities, that we did a Public Records Act request. into, in that 2-year period in Riverside County to see, has this placed an additional burden on cities related to code enforcement. And we found that there's been a 98.5% compliance rate, and there were only 2 recorded code enforcement actions that were very quickly resolved. And so again, it's not placing the burden. I mean, we have the evidence that shows that it isn't placing the burden on cities that initially some expected that it might. And so it's been, incredibly successful in other communities, and would be great for San Benito County and the city of Hollister. In terms of just a recap of the benefits, it's really about empowerment, creating an inclusive pathway that empowers entrepreneurs to generate income, test out their business models. It's about, small business development, fiscal security, providing supplemental income to families most in need. A lot of times we hear that, sometimes people are like, oh, isn't this kind of like Airbnb? If you're thinking of it as like a restaurant in a neighborhood, but it actually helps people stay in their communities because it gives them another avenue for making money that will help them, afford to the rising costs and such. And then flexibility, allowing people who need to work from home the option to set their own days and hours. Improved safety for communities because of the legal requirements and inspection by the county and the food manager certification, increased access to education. And then it's providing the community improved access for fresh, healthy, and culturally appropriate food opportunities, those living in food deserts, economic development, of course, and then pandemic recovery, providing, another avenue and outlet. We've talked to a number of former restaurant owners that lost their restaurants because of COVID, and now they're using Amico to get back on their feet. And so we are really excited to, give this presentation to you. I'm happy to answer any questions about it, and you're welcome to also, contact me directly if you have any questions. But we see this as a really great opportunity for your community to, legalize this, and again, bring this economic development opportunity to your community.
Thank you. Yeah, any question, Councilmember Sanders?
Thank you. More of a comment. So I do watch the county government meetings on my free time. I sit on the intergovernmental meeting and I'm on the city council. So I've seen this presentation, I think at a minimum 4 times. And if memory serves me correct, the county of San Benito, we're not San Bernardino, we're not San Diego, so you can't compare us to those counties, decided that because of lack of oversight and lack of enforcement, we were going to opt out. Is that not your understanding? That's what I recall. And then from as far as San Juan Bautista, city of Hollister, we've seen this before too. And that's what I remember is that we all decided not to opt in. So I'm a little confused. Why are we seeing this for the 5th time? And why is it agendized to come back to city council? Again, if that was the consensus of the city council and the county. Thanks.
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
So it's actually, we gave, again, same presentation to the city of San Juan Bautista, and they voted to send in a letter of support. And the county board of supervisors heard this, and during that meeting, expressed that this is something that they're very interested in, and therefore directed, their staff, which is why we're here as well, to give a presentation to the cities to determine, hopefully that the cities are also in support and will, give direction to them as to doing it, because, if the county votes to do this, then it is implemented in both cities as well as the unincorporated areas.
I would also like to add, it was directed for staff to look into the implementation and how much it would take in regards to resources. If we do have the resources available to implement the program, then the county board supervisors are interested in implementing the program. So when this item gets brought back, we will be addressing what is needed on our end to implement the program if we do have the available resources. And then otherwise, if we don't have the available resources, if there is any way we can mitigate through that. If not, then I will be presenting them with 3 options. One of them is implementing the program, the other is not implementing the program, or delaying the decision to reject or accept the program.
Well, I stand corrected. The very last meeting we had intergovernmental, everybody said they were opting out. And I guess that's changed. So I'm going to wait and see what the county decides to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And I too, I remember the conversation. The county had concerns because they had nobody to do any of the inspections. There was also concern in reality that the limit of 60 meals per week just really didn't seem like something that was viable as trying to get a business going. So I think there was questions about it, if that could have been raised by the state to a higher number. I think that at that point made it more interesting for the different jurisdictions. And I believe there was also issues or concerns about, as you pointed out, the grease traps and those things, to make sure that anybody doing this is actually capturing the grease. Grease traps are not just about fried foods. It's about obviously washing all the different pans and different things they have to go through. But the county their main concern was the ability to inspect. They didn't feel they had the resources to do it. So maybe, and that's why I'm kind of confused about why it's back again. I thought if the county has decided to go for it, well, then go for it. This is really comes to a decision on the county side, because they have to do these inspections. And I think going back to that, there was a question about they can only inspect once a year, and then they had to notify the people ahead of time before they did an inspection. So they were kind of concerned that they couldn't just go in and inspect if there was a complaint somewhere.
Yeah, so to answer, a few of your questions, what's been nice is, since there have been so many other counties that have opted in, there have been a lot of resources that have been shared. So for example, San Diego, which obviously has as a larger population, more resources, have shared a lot of their tools, from the application to, a lot of their documents, et cetera, that then, the San Benito Health Department would be able to just, augment and easily change. And if you compare San Benito to, for example, Lake County, which is similar in size, Lake County only has 2 permits as of right now. That's 2 new small businesses, 2 people that it's changed their lives. But just in terms of your population, it's not likely that there's going to be, an influx all of a sudden of new permits that will, like, even the county of Santa Barbara in their first 6 months had about 6 permits. So it's not going to be as demanding to the staff as maybe might be considered, just based on the evidence that we have from other counties. And then in terms of the question about, grease traps, et cetera, what we're trying to share is that this is already happening, and by giving people the opportunity to actually have access to education, to have access to small business education, and come out from the shadows, that they would be, disposing of grease and everything in a different way, in an educated manner. So there are those things in place. And in terms of the question about inspections, it is a yearly inspection, but if there's a food safety complaint, for example, or if there's a reason, there can be an emergency inspection that's scheduled. But ultimately, these are people's homes, which is why, anytime that the county does come out, there would be notice, and that's why that's specific in the state law. But again, if there are any health concerns or possible, which there haven't been in 3 years, across the state, then that can be, a more immediate inspection.
Was there any update as far as the only 60 meals a week? Again, that was part of the concern, is that you're going to have a person that's doing this and becoming successful, and then either feeling limited or going right past that number. So one of the conversations was, how do we have the state lift that number so it's more realistic for them to succeed? Yeah, and so when this law passed, it was the first of its kind across the entire country. And so we have learned a lot in 3 years, and there is talks about potentially allowing counties to increase the caps if they so choose.
and so that might be something that would be available in the future, but as to right now, it's meant to be an incubation space. And so if someone does, do their 60 meals per week and determine, okay, this is working, it would be wonderful if then they could have the, investment to go and open a brick and mortar, or to, jump to the next stepping stone. But a lot of people are using this as supplemental income, and are using this as, a way to make, to help contribute to their families, and therefore don't want to or need to go past that 60 meals per week. But this, in terms of right now and helping people get back on their feet, with the pandemic, and helping people make additional income, is really important to helping the community. And we've talked to, again, people in your community that are specifically asking for this.
Well, again, this goes in front of the county when?
May 10th.
May 10th. So they're going to make a decision then. Once they make their decision, it would either be in effect or not, correct?
Yes, depending on what the board direction is. If they opt in or opt out, the jurisdictions would not have a choice to either opt out or opt in, based on the board direction and decision.
Right. But I think, again, it goes back to when we had this conversation, that it was really going to have to be a county decision based on their inspections and their health inspectors. And I'm pretty sure we kind of all felt that, let the county decide on what they're going to do on it, because it's going to be their team doing it all. We didn't want to put extra, we weren't going against it or for it. We just said to county, this is your inspection team. You make the call on this.
I believe we wanted each jurisdiction's input, simply because you will be impacted in regards to regulations that your code enforcement has to enforce if there is an issue that arises. So we wanted to be consider your input when the board does make that decision.
Well, I think that's kind of going back to what we were saying, is the county with the do they have the ability for the code enforcement or for the health inspectors and so on. So that's why we allowed the county to make the decision on this, rather than burden them with what our thoughts were on something like this. If they felt they can handle it, then we were going to move forward. If they felt they just couldn't at this time, then we wait until they felt they could, as I recall that conversation. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Oh, by all means, I'll defer.
Okay. Ready.
Thank you. I think this is great. I think education and prevention is always a positive thing. I had a question on the cleanup Assembly Bill 377. So the question I had was, the violation code is generally a misdemeanor. Is that subject to county or cities, or is just is that an absolute? Because there's no other language other than a violation of this code is generally a misdemeanor. And that's on AB 377. While you're looking that up, the second question I had was I'm looking at the abstract. So number 2, it talks about the state reimbursing local agencies and school districts for certain costs. Do we know what those costs are? And then that there's going to be procedures for making that reimbursement. And then the next sentence is that this bill will provide that no reimbursement is required by this act for specific reason. So can you just clarify that language for me, please?
I'm sorry, is that directed at me?
Either one of you.
Roya, would you be able to answer that question?
In terms of, 377 was meant to, it was in relation to, health departments and clarifying. One of the big things that it did was clarify, that it's the county and the Department of Environmental Health that the counties regulate. In terms of what enforcement looks like, that, in violation of the code, I believe that violation, if you do not have like the permit, it can be, you know, misdemeanor, but we haven't, unfortunately, well, actually, fortunately, have not seen any violations that have resulted in a misdemeanor or, you know, have any data or statistics on that.
Second question for clarification is, it says that there's going to be reimbursement for local agencies. Can you clarify what that is and if there are?
Specifically, this AB 626 and 377 was written in a way that there would be no reimbursements because the health department is allowed to set their specifically their fees and their permit fees in order to be in a place where there's cost recovery. So it's meant to somewhat pay for itself, the permit and the inspection. And so if, for example, they have to go out and do an additional inspection or take additional time for the permitting, then they can, you know, set those fees as to what is required for reimbursing the agency.
Mr. Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess just more of a positional statement. No pun intended, but I really don't have an appetite for this at this time. And the reasoning why is I do believe it would involve and impact city resources. If there was a fire that was a result of this, our fire department would respond. If there was any other medical aid, the paramedics would respond. I do believe that if we were going to permit it, we would have to issue a business license. That's going to involve city resources. Now, I did hear you say, though, that in one jurisdiction they had like 2, and in another they had like 6. I think you said Lake County where it's 2 and Santa Barbara was 6. Do you have a sense for how many? I've heard you say you've talked with people in San Benito County that want this. Can you give me a real number as opposed to an approximate?
At least 2 or 3 home cooks that we know of that are interested in doing this in San Benito County with as in terms of the people that are involved in trying to help get this passed. But there are a number of people that are afraid to come out from the shadows. And so that's why we do end up, you know, speaking on their behalf oftentimes, because of the people that are informally doing this and afraid that if they come out and speak in support that, you know, the health department might come after them, et cetera. And one thing I'll in terms of the business license, they would be paying the city, you know, for the business license, would be paying sales tax and all of these things. So, with that food manager certification, you know, they're learning and getting education on proper food safety methods. And as a part of the inspection, they would be required to get a fire extinguisher. And so a lot of these households would be safer and doing this safer than otherwise, than if they were doing it informally and, you know, the same thing happened.
Thank you. One of my concerns as well is matter of fact, in my council comments tonight, I'm going to talk about vending in our city that doesn't appear to be permitted. It doesn't appear that we already have the resources to enforce on some of those things. Excuse me. And I understand that in some instances, they may actually be in the county jurisdictions and doesn't appear they're enforcing on that. So why would I presume that they have the capacity to enforce on this? So the couple of numbers, 1, 2, 5, 25, those are really manageable numbers. And so I wouldn't necessarily want to say no outright, but I would want to see a funding stream to ensure that, you know, we're not overstepping our bounds. And as I've heard you say, it really doesn't matter what the city of Hollister says or thinks. If the county says we're going forward, well, then we're all in. And if the county says we're not, then we're not. So I appreciate your presentation, but I just don't have an appetite for it at this time. Thank you for your time, though.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. I seem to remember there was some restrictions or limitations on hours of operations. Can you speak to that?
So any city, you know, guidelines that have to do with like noise ordinances or odor ordinances, et cetera, traffic, like those all still are applied to, you know, these home-based businesses. And so As a part of the standard operating procedures, they do have to submit their hours of operation typically on the application and abide by any, specific city ordinances that might have to do with hours of operation or with quiet hours or traffic, things like that.
Okay, so other than what we put down as far as limitations towards them, there's not any other limitations that you can think of that come with the program? Because I thought we were talking about that and we were concerned because we live in a commuter community. And it seemed, if memory serves me correctly, we thought that it was too early to stop them because if people are coming back, if they want to get something or conduct business with them, we want them to have a little bit extended hours of operation. If that's the case, and if you're going to present this to the county, I would just say, if we can just, be a little bit more flexible in that area.
Yeah, we can definitely recommend hours of operation if we want to include that into the ordinance. But yes, we will definitely take that into consideration.
And then I'm just wondering, like, this is going on now. And like you said, and people are afraid to get hit by the public health department. What happens if the county does move forward with this and if those people are not compliant? Is that where they get these misdemeanors, so to speak?
So that would be up to, we've heard in other counties that, they're actually really appreciative that this is an option because they've sent letters like cease and desist letters to people that they know are operating informally, but saying instead of having to completely shut down your business, here's the permit and here's how you can obtain that permit. And so we haven't heard of anyone actually issuing misdemeanors as to this, but there have been other that people that we know of that have been, shut down. And previously, before AB 626, there were, people that we had heard and worked with that had been threatened with even jail time, et cetera. But again, this is a way for people to come out from the shadows and a good way for the health department to be able to, instead of, shutting down, giving people this opportunity as a recourse to get permitted.
Thank you. I'm just going to go back to, again, I think the early conversation we had, most of us felt a concern that the rules were pretty restrictive to really succeed. And I know there are people out there doing it, but I think the better strategy here is to bring them out, have a good conversation. If there's 30, 40 people out there doing it, well, let's sit down together and work this out to do a program that makes sense to show the county, hey, county, there are 40 people here right now that are willing to get the health permit needed, follow these rules, grease trap, or the things that are needed. So we have something we're dealing with that when you say, oh, we might have 2 permits, I don't think the county at that point is very interested. And they're like, well, here we go. It's going to take us more time to do this and that. And it's all over 2 permits. I think the best strategy here is bring these groups out, 40, 50, whatever it is, organized in a way that what do you really need to succeed? Are you limited by 60 meals? We might hear, no, it takes us 120 or 200 meals a week to really make the money we need to get to the point of opening our own restaurant. How do we get the help from the county, the city to accomplish that? So we have a program that's really more successful. This seems to me something that you start and then really people hide a lot of the information. If they're successful, they're not going to say they've cooked more than 60 meals. They're going to just say, well, we cooked 60 meals, even though reality is we cooked 200, but we're not going to tell you about the other meals and we're not going to pay taxes on it. So I think it's better to have that bigger conversation. And, when I hear things like, well, nobody wants to talk about it, they want to stay in the shadows. At that point, I'm not interested in the conversation anymore, because that's just telling me that people are not willing to make the effort to do things the right way. So I think I'd like to hear that conversation with those 40 plus people and get to a point where we come up with a program that makes sense and it works for the county, it works for cities, and it works for our business community. So I'd like to hear what happens at the county. All right. Thank you for the update.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Go ahead, sir.
before we lose the rest of our Bulldog audience, Can we have them come forward?
I was gonna say, we need to take our 10-minute break. We're past our time. Let's do the 10-minute break and then we'll come back. How far are they into it? Okay. 10-minute break, everyone. Thank you.
So sorry, guys.
This time, we're going to resume the meeting and move to item E1, public hearing.
We're gonna do, oh, we gotta do.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, thank you very much for having me up here. I'm Charlie Bedolla. I am your fire marshal. So this one right here, this is the public hearing to hear objections to the proposed abatement of the weeds and other flammable materials existing on the said properties. A written notice of the proposal went out last month, mailed to all affected property owners in the manner from the form required by the law. Staff recommends that the city adopt a resolution declaring the condition of certain properties to constitute a public nuisance, ordering the abatement of weeds thereon, and not noticing the public hearing for receipt of objections to the proposed abatement. So we've did their notice. After tomorrow, then we could go ahead and start hitting the lots that haven't gotten tended to.
Perfect. Any questions from council? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. So Chief, I do have a few questions and maybe a comment or two. So by dirty math, I counted approximately 124 properties on the spreadsheet that you provided to us. And of that, I counted about 64 that were locally owned. And I think I saw 11 in Tres Pinos and 1 in Texas and 1 in New Jersey and 1 in Washington. And I noticed that there was apparently a property San Benito County had, City of Hollister had a few, and USPS. Why are we providing a service to these people of mowing their weeds and giving them the freedom of paying the whatever the fee is? And it looks like a $250 administrative fee. So it just seems like we're in the weed mowing business. And frankly, I think you and your staff have far better things to do. And I know you're not physically mowing the weeds, but can you talk about the process, please? Because I have some reservations.
Yeah, I can. So for the most part, I just got the call about the San Benito County. All I have to do is make a call and tell them, hey, can you get this lot? And they'll go ahead and do it, because sometimes it gets lost in the process, but they usually hit the lots right away. So we're not taking care of San Benito counties. I mean, it's that we do that with the post office also. And not too many of the other ones. I mean, a couple of the other ones are out of state. They'll contract with their guy to do it directly, and it's not really us handling it. So they handle it one-on-one with them.
Okay. So,
and then with ours, the only reason we leave ours on there is just so we have a record which ones to go ahead and take care of, because our city public works is so overworked. So we work together with that. So we work with them. We tell them, hey, we're going to go do this part, and then they take care of the aftercare on that also. So that's the only reason why we keep that us on the list. Not that we're going to put the city on the lien. We don't. We just make sure we take care of all the properties.
Right. But again, they're on the list. And I'm wondering if this wouldn't be a task better served through code enforcement as opposed to the fire department in the future moving forward.
It's whatever you guys want. I mean, we've always handled it under the fire code enforcement, and in our goal to provide the community risk reduction, that's part of the job that we provide.
And I understand. I also know you have limited resources. So is it actually enforced under Hollister Municipal Code 8.32.060, which talks about maintenance and it nowhere in there does it specifically say weeds, but it talks about overgrown cover and things of that. So under what code section are we actually truly pursuing this?
That is under that, what was under that, the health and safety code. And like Chief Reynoso had told me, we could take care of that all year round. And after reading the code, it says, yeah, we can address it. So what works out great is we noticed them. That way they got a notice. So if anyone doesn't comply, Chief was telling us to let code enforcement know, and they'll go ahead and cite them to get compliance also.
Right. Which is kind of, Chief, why are you always a step or two ahead of me? Because this is kind of where I was going. That was a rhetorical question, Chief. Actually, I would like to talk more about this moving forward, but my understanding is that the state fire marshal traditionally declares fire season sometime in mid-April and sometime it ends in sometime October. But I've also recently heard conjecture that says fire season is now year-round every year and definitely in a drought. And so I'm a little frustrated with these folks that have these vacant parcels, and not only need to maintain them for weeds, but all the junk and trash and debris and everything else, which is part of my rationale for maybe having a handoff to the police department for his code enforcement CSOs. And, you know, to find them, I think you get their attention. But when we're willing to contract, and I saw the amount was $10,000, and I presume you've either got the budget or you're asking us for it.
We have the budget.
Okay. And when we get that 10 grand, or if we spend that all, we might get some of it back immediately, but it may take us years to get the rest of it back. So it's an investment without much of an interest return. When you lien a property, it doesn't immediately
We do,
become.
it's minimal that happens, and we do get it back. That 10,000 is mainly to take care of our properties too, is what we use that for.
Then why wouldn't we put that under our properties? Makes no sense to me. And I'm trying not to be critical, but I'm a little frustrated when I'm reading all of this. And you know, and when we're looking at weeds, I drove down Sunny Slope today and I drove up Hillcrest today, and there are weeds 3, 4, 5, 7 feet tall on city properties that if we're going to hold others to this standard, then we doggone should be holding ourselves to it in advance. So the city shouldn't be a conversation moving forward, and ultimately people should be responsible for their own property. So Chief, my last question for you is the administrative fee of $250. Is that in the master fee schedule?
It's an adopted fee
But
in our fee schedule.
okay, so is it a adopted fee in the fire master fee schedule? And so in order to find that, would I have to go to the fire department website? Because I spent some time today trying to find this, and it's like, if it's adopted, it is what it is. But I would argue again, I think you've got more time than $250 per lot looking at this stuff. And so I want to get out of this business, is where I'd like to be. And I'd like to hold those responsible who have these properties that are in essence land banking them. And I think we got far more important things to do, providing they don't catch fire. And in that case, then it's a huge problem. So
Yeah, we're reevaluating our fee schedule because it's an old one, but it was a really good one. And we've been adjusting where we can adjust on that. So that's been in the process of working on that. We're just waiting to get up to this next code cycle, because we're going to bring the fire code, make our adjustments and amendments right then and there in the fall. With that though, a lot of times what happens is we're kind of aggressive, but not really aggressive, because you could see how there was a lot of rain that was coming in and not rain coming in. I get it, but we could still, like Chief was saying, he's like, we have it there all year round, and we're going to take the aggressive approach. So with the fire season, backyard burning season and agricultural burning, just real quick, it goes usually from November, and it just ended April 30th. So the fire season will start up right after that, where they declare it. It could be May, it could be June, depends on the moisture of all the weeds that's coming in. So, but like we said, we treat it all year round. And so we've taken for the county, for the city, or anyone that's doing backyard burning isn't allowed in the city, but it is allowed in the county pockets on the outskirts. So I just sent out an email, said, anyone that's caught doing it, give me their number, address, we'll send it to Monterey Air Quality Control, and then they get up to a $2,000 fine. So we're not taking it lightly no more, because we just can't. We can't have a Santa Rosa or a Paradise.
Oh, please, heaven forbid.
When Chief said that, we were just giving them a little bit of time to get it, but we have no problem sending out the letters saying, do it now.
Right. Well, and I think regularly. So you got to mow your weeds 3 times a year. So Chief, one final question. Of these approximately 124 properties, that were on the 4 or 5 sheets that were provided in the council packet, are those only within the city or are those countywide?
Those are only city lots. So we've gone and patrolled and we've looked at other ones. So now we'll send out our other letters that you guys need to comply. It's a public nuisance. And we just, for the county, and pretty much they comply with that. So the city of San Juan Bautista has their ordinance like us. We'll be addressing them, but this is just for the city of Hollister. So we address Tres Pinos and everything else. And I'm also brought an ordinance over to the county, the last board of supervisors that'll address orchards, large fields, plow lines. So anyone that has an orchard now always has to be tended to. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You can't let the weeds regardless grow no matter what. So that's in the process right now. I addressed it to them, presented to them. They liked it. So we're going to continue on with that and make sure we have that. We have no problems here in town, but it's something that we could add or amend our ordinance now with that because it addresses the big lots, the plow lines, the property lines. We already addressed the fence lines per our code. So honestly, I hadn't even seen that part until he let me know about that part. So that could be done all year round. Send out a site. If we need to send out a compliance letter, we'll send out a compliance letter with a citation to get people to do that. We have no problem doing that.
Right. Unfortunately, I think we have to get into their wallet because the universal language is money. So, Mr. Epperson, one of the questions I had for you, sir, was, are we doing these through a summary abatement? It would be hard to believe that this would be a summary abatement. I would presume public nuisance. We're not pulling warrants to these apparently. So what gives us the legal or the statutory authority to do this? And I didn't read where there was any due process, unlike traditional code things where they have the right to a hearing. And so I didn't see any of that. And so I just want to ensure that we're traveling the right path.
Councilmember Burns, I believe we are traveling the right path. I'll tell you, I've not been directly involved in the fire department's work on this, but I've reviewed everything here in the agenda, and it certainly looks very standard to me. We typically do have the authority to take this type of action. Without reading that notice line by line, do you know who they appeal to if they decide that you've contacted the wrong person or you've improperly?
So a lot of times we'll get
identified
the
them?
calls. I just found out that one of the properties exchanged owners. So we'll work with them really quick to get that. And if we need to go get the plow line and adjust, we'll work with them on that. So a lot of times there's a transition that happens from purchasing properties. I just found out there was another property. I was like, that's why you haven't done it. So we'll take care of that too. So we'll work with them on that too. Usually when they find out, they usually get it pretty quick.
And
And if
also
it gets
one-
that bad, we'll really put pressure on there. We're concerned, but not real concerned because it just rained again. So that moisture's still in there. And it was moist this morning. So, but now they don't have a choice now. We're doing it.
And also, Councilmember Burns, one of the reasons of having this noticed hearing in public today is so that people can show up and they can speak to the city council if in fact that they object to it. I don't recall that I've seen that here in Hollister, but I've certainly seen that done in other places. So it should be sufficient notice.
Thank you, sir. Chief Reynoso, any final thoughts or comments?
Councilmember Burns, no, I do agree that it's something that code enforcement should be able to deal with, especially on the frequent flyers. The same landowner yearly has to be warned. I think that if we keep track of those, if they know what the law is, and as we move forward, there's no need to give them warnings over and over again. And I agree with you. Over the years, it seems to be us doing all the work for them just to clear their lots. In those situations, I think, like you mentioned, the pocketbook, there's going to be a citation if you don't do it. There's a lot of lots all over the city that are like that nothing's been developed for a long time, and it's an eyesore. And not to mention the fire hazard and the debris that builds up, and when you have weeds that are 3 or 4 feet high. So we'll look forward to working with the fire department so that we can, together with code enforcement, we can hit as many places as we can to keep them trimmed up.
Thank you,
And
Chief.
we're
Thank you,
just-
gentlemen.
Yeah, and we're just hitting it full force right now. Before I had never really even realized it. We thought it was just a seasonal thing that we could only address it. Per the code, it says all year round.
Mm-hmm.
So we're giving them a little bit of courtesy, but a little bit of courtesy, but now that I've seen it in the code for sure, and he let me know about it, we're gonna address it really hard.
Thank you,
swift.
Chief. I appreciate
Yeah.
your comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't see Dollar General on here. Did I miss that? Or what's going on with Dollar Generals?
So ours are only for this are the empty lots. So that's a code enforcement issue right there. Anything that has property on it, code enforcement usually hits that.
Council members.
They have been noticed.
Yeah, they have been noticed. They're under, I think they gave them a certain amount of days. I think they're coming due this week that they're supposed to have cut that down.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. This is something we have talked about over and over, and Mr. Burns is absolutely correct. You have property owners waiting for us to do the work for them. That's not our business. And I think, you know, maximum fine we can impose here at city, the general law city is $1,000. If it was a charter city, we could make that much higher. But I think at the minimum, we just need to be issuing a fine of $1,000 plus costs of taking care of this. And what we should be doing is agendizing what our rules are going to be. So we're never having to go through this anymore. And we're making sure these property owners are keeping their lots clean. I know I get sick and tired of going back to, and Tim has been with me many times on these properties, picking up trash. And then, you know, the weeds, we're walking through weeds and look, they're property owners. It's not for us to babysit their properties for them. They want to be landowners. They need to maintain them. So whatever it's going to take to put it onto an agenda to get this year round, to get past a certain point, they get that fine of $1,000, but we shouldn't be dealing with this.
That opens up a can of worms on these open lots. Because not only are we going after that person, but we're going to have to figure out a way how to go after all the other people that are throwing their trash over the fence onto their property. So a lot of the times the tractor can't get through there because people are dumping their tree clippings over the fence into the empty lots. Their trash over the fence. So that happens and there's debris. So it opens up that whole
I
whole
get it.
can.
And this is why we need property owners to be involved so they can identify that's happening. Go talk to that neighbor that seems to be doing this. We have this problem at the railroad tracks every year. So tumbleweeds get to be 10 foot tall and knocking cars off the road. So it just needs to come to, and it's such a waste of your guys' time. Really all of ours. And it's just, it makes it look bad. And we just,
Well, I don't consider it a waste of my time, you know,
Well,
providing public safety.
no, public safety, the meaning you're having to go tell people, hey, these bushes this high can burn down this building. That shouldn't be our job. They should know this already. Our job should be basically, hey, you're not gonna do this. Here's this fine. Learn to take care of your property.
And
I
that's
get it.
part of the 5 E's of the community risk reduction, you know, the education, the engineering, the enforcement, and the running calls, emergency calls and
Right.
everything. So
Again, property owners should know this already. So we have to come back with something and get this onto an agenda so this conversation doesn't happen every single year. So that's my 2 cents. All right, do we have any other comments? Go ahead, sir.
Can we talk to the owners of 44 Hawkins Street? I got a complaint about that.
empty lot?
Yeah,
Is it
Yeah,
on this
we'll
list?
go
I
ahead.
didn't see it on the list.
You didn't see it on the list? And we usually go and patrol. If it's an empty lot, we'll go and hit it.
Yep, 44 Hawkins Street.
44 Hawkins Street.
Thanks.
Thank you. Hearing no more.
Is that the
questions?
cannery?
No.
Okay. Yeah, we'll hit that first thing tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. This time I will open public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
There are no speakers on this item.
This time we will close the public hearing. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a
Second.
second? Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll move now to F1.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, I thought we asked if we could bring up Bulldogs so the kids can get back to sleep, get to school.
Is the council,
I'm fine with that.
all right, well,
Sorry about that.
sit back down, sir. Who do you think you are?
Some tells me we're going to stage 3.
We'll move to F2.
Thank you, Mayor. So this agenda item is to, for council to consider the funding of the nonprofit Bulldog Boxing Gym, a 501c3 nonprofit organization.
Okay, is there any questions?
Mayor,
I'll go ahead, sir.
thank you. Is there anybody in the audience here to represent Bulldog
I
tonight?
mean, anybody left.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no, I'll save them for you. So, your name, sir?
Let me go here to this thing, if I can get down there. Zeke Lopez.
Mr. Lopez, I just have one question for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
First of all, I want to say thank you for the service that Bulldog has provided this community for decades and the great work that you do. But my question is, we propose to provide you with a $20,000 to complete construction, and that's going to require a vote of the council. But my question for you is $20,000 going to get you to completion on the construction?
You know, that's kind of a, we had a little meeting earlier and I got some paperwork here. There's a lot of stuff on here, but we got all the way up to $17,000, 17,600 something, I believe. And we still haven't got to the roofing and got to other things that we needed. It was 17,998 and 99 cents.
So you're at 18,000, and that doesn't include the roofing?
Doesn't include the roofing. And then when we got evicted from the other gym, we had just got some equipment and I had to store it in a storage, and rats got to it and squirrels and whatever. Anyways, but we're trying to replace that too. And I think that we still haven't gotten past, see some of the sheet rocking we'll have to do. I can't remember what else it was, but it's going to be a little bit more.
Okay, I'm not proposing that this council write a blank check,
No.
but I do have I am willing to consider more because of the resource that you've provided to this community for decades.
Thank you.
And so I want to get you to the finish line and celebrate a grand opening with your new gym.
Yes, that'd
And
be
so
great.
for me, I'm open to more. And so I'll conclude my comments for now. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you for
thank you.
coming to the podium.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
I just want to make a quick comment. Sorry, guys, for making you wait so long. And you know what? Could be worse. You could be with Adrian and who else is over there? They're actually working on the building right now. You know what? It's been really neat to see this come together with the city, but mostly with the community. You know, seeing how many people come and show up to put up the walls, to tear down, to support you in your fundraising. You know, and I thought it was really interesting when you were talking, or when I talked to you earlier today, how Adrian wouldn't be able to come because he's working on the building.
We have
Maybe can you tell him who Adrian and
Adrian is, I used to train him, excuse me, when he was younger as a kid, and he became a contractor himself. And when I was telling him about this, he said, Zeke, I got you, coach, I got you. So another kid also is Henry Enriquez, who does cement work, and they just happened to fall together at the same time. And I used to coach both the kids, and they came and they said, Coach, we got you. What do you need? So Henry Enriquez and Adrian together are putting this gym together. And I mean, they're doing a lot of work. It is a lot of work, and I know they work. They also have their own jobs, and after their jobs, they go in and try to put this together. And the framing has been a real, pain in the wood. You know what? We ran out of wood. We had to get more wood. We ran out of this. We had to do this. Some of the boards, it just been a nightmare. But at the same time, we don't quit. We will not end. Our reign will not end. The Bulldog Boxing Gym will be here forever. Even after I die, I got kids back here that are going to run it, and I'm proud of them. I'm proud of them.
So I just want to say thank you for being here. Thank you, young ladies and gentlemen, for seeing how government works. And, we're excited to see you here and excited to go to your grand opening. And I'm glad that you're coming together as a community and, find your voice, find your way, and help each other out. Thank you. And I'm also supportive of increasing the amount. We definitely do want to see you to the finish line
Thank you.
and celebrate all of you. You
Thank
are
you.
our community.
It does take a community to do something like this, because ever since I started about 30 years ago, I went through a lot. Here, before you guys were even here, I was here, and I had a long road. And I really thank you guys for helping, and I think with all your help and the community, because without the community, we're nowhere. And these kids really need something, all the kids. And I just heard the thing about this drug, the fentanyl, and that's what I'm working for, to keep these kids away from stuff like that. So my job's not done, so I got to keep going. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Zeke, a quick question. So this is for materials?
Material, just the material. We're not talking about people putting it together. Painters I might have to get painters, because electricians, roofers. If we can't get them to donate their time, then we have to pay something.
All right. The reason I'm asking that, making sure we don't trigger other issues. It was prevailing wage issues. So that's why I'm asking, to make sure there's a lot of rules in government. You sat here for how many hours listening to it? How do we make sure what we're trying to do here to make sense of this, because of the problems that this can trigger? And I want to make sure we don't end up in a situation that's going to hurt them later, or even hurt the city. So that needs to be discussed and put out in the open right now. I'm sure materials, we can find a way to make that donation, but if it triggers anything else, we can end up hurting their whole cause here. So
that could be under the wrong circumstances, Mr. Mayor. In this particular situation, because they are a 501c3 and they're engaged in certain activities, that so long as the city council believes that this is a benefit to the community, that it's serving a legitimate purpose in assisting the community in an area that's in the city's interest, but the city does not otherwise provide. And I'm going to assume that City of Hollister does not provide boxing training.
No one's getting paid.
No.
We want to make sure we don't get. You see what I'm saying? We make
Yes,
sure
I
they're
do.
protected, so we don't have a situation.
Yeah,
happen. So
we carry all of our insurances and everything else, and also the 501c3 has already been established, and everything is.
So how does this work then? It's just a straight donation to it. How that would work?
Essentially, yes, unless there's some other restrictions the city would like to put on it. And I do that in consultation with the city manager. But that donation can be made otherwise.
So what I would like to propose, make a motion actually, would be to give them up to $30,000 for materials with presentation of invoices, not to exceed $30,000. And as long as it's for materials, I don't care whether it's paint, light bulbs, flooring, roofing, whatever it is, and then I guess the concern I've heard you say too is in some cases you're going to have to pay some labor because you're not necessarily going to get anyone to volunteer. And I think what I just heard Mr. Epperson say is that would be okay as well.
Yeah, typically that is, but labor is one of the major issues as the mayor was pointing out. So I'd be very cautious about that. And of course, I think all of that should be described in a document that's given to the city manager as payments are made.
Yeah. So I'm fine with that. I don't, it's not us doing the work. So I don't see how prevailing wage would be triggered in any way, shape or form.
I'm sorry, can I say something?
Yeah.
We're on, Jojo Guerrero is one of the contractors that we're on his, that is part of what we're doing, and everything falls back on Jojo Guerrero's.
So he's a general contractor?
He's a general contractor.
Okay.
We've already set that in with the city, and
Right.
that's already on the plans,
Right.
and everything's already been set in.
So I presume then, heavy emphasis on the word presume, that he's a licensed, bonded, insured, carries a liability, carries workers' comp, carries all those things?
Yes, we had to make sure of all
So
that.
as long as
Yeah.
we could verify that.
It's in the city's, when we took in to get the plans done and everything.
So,
had to
and we
do
could
all
also go to the contractor, say licensing board, all we need is a name or the number, and we can certainly validate that.
Definitely, yeah.
Mr. Burns, I would say, again, this, because I do so much construction in prevailing wage world, The minute we step there,
Okay,
we're taking,
Okay.
we're crossing that line.
Okay.
I like your idea about the materials and all those things all day long. Perfect. The minute we step over and start looking over who he's working with the contract, we've stepped over that line and it's gonna
Okay.
create
So-
a nightmare for you. You never want to deal with. Trust me on prevailing wage stuff is.
Oh, it is a
so
nightmare.
Materials, I think we can make that work. As you mentioned, the list, and we can go from there. That's why I was just
So-
clarifying. So we're.
Right. So-
Whatever we document, we're.
But I'm concerned though, because there may be added expenses he can't cover because he may have to employ a painter or an electrician or a carpenter to get him to the finish line. My goal is to not make this unnecessarily difficult or complicated. And so, Mr. Epperson, if we were just willing to commit and give him $30,000 tonight, can we do that and just call this thing good? I don't want to make this unnecessarily hard.
That would certainly be better, be preferable than making it unnecessarily hard. And it can still be done in allotments or all at one time or whatever the council would like to do.
Okay, that would be my motion. I don't want to be stuck on stupid and make this thing unnecessarily complicated. And it's clear to me that he meets every criteria that you spoke about, Mr. Epperson. And so I'm on board. Let's just do this and I'll bear the consequences.
You, sir. Mr. Resendez?
Thank you. How many years have you been in business here in our community?
Just about 30 years.
30
Yeah.
years. Well,
Yeah.
I want to say, I've been over to your boxing ring before I ran for office, and I want to say thank you. And I do think it's perfectly appropriate
Appreciate it.
to give $30,000 for the 30 years of service that you provided to our community.
Yeah.
Also, this is important. You've heard just one of the challenges that we face with our youth here, and there's many, many more. So thank you. Congratulations to you. And
Appreciate it.
we
Thank
wish you all the best in your new location.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
I second the motion.
No, we have to do a public comment first.
Oh.
There are no speaker cards.
No speaker. Well, then we can make a motion. Mr. Burns?
I'd like to make the motion that we up the ante to $30,000 with no restrictions other than what we've already spoken about this evening. And so I think Mr. Epperson made that real clear for us.
I second.
Motion is second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. I will look forward to seeing you all there too. Grand opening, huh?
All right, Mr. Novak.
Sean.
Who do I give this mic to, or do I start singing? No. Thank you.
We'll move back to item F1.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Good job, you guys.
Thank you, Mayor. I have Sean from San Benito County Water District to discuss our need to for
Water emergency.
Yeah, there you go.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Velasquez. You're already yawning.
Yeah,
No.
I wake up at 4 a.m. every morning.
I
so-
know, me too. Well, as you know, we're in drought. Let me give you a little background. First of all, we were in drought from about 2011, 2016, severe drought, as you all recall. We got some good rain in 2017. We had the flooding on Lover's Lane. You recall that? We were able to get water into our groundwater basin, but it still didn't recover to pre-drought levels at that time. So then we have the other drought that we're dealing with right now, started in about 2019, 2020, and we're right in the middle of it. The big thing is we haven't got any allocations from our imported water from the Central Valley Project. And not only we use that to improve our drinking water, the farmers use it for specialty crops, but we use it to balance our groundwater basin. So we've been living off our groundwater basin. We have seen some declines in the elevation of our groundwater basin. And so we just don't know, unfortunately, prediction of weather in the future is not too good. So we don't know when this drought's going to end. So with water conservation, you have to act way before you're in an emergency situation. And even though we're in an emergency situation now, it could be much worse. And thank goodness we have our groundwater basin. Because just to let the public know, our groundwater basin holds about 500,000 acre feet of water. For comparison's sake, when San Luis Reservoir is full, that holds 2 million acre feet. So we have about a quarter of that capacity right here in our basin, which is really our saving grace for these times that we're in drought. So we did enact the stage 1 of our water shortage contingency plan. This is a plan that was developed that we share with Sunny Slope, the San Benito County Water District, and of course, the city of Hollister. The water shortage contingency plan, we did stage 1 back in May of last year, and that's voluntary. The results have been dismal, and it's not just here, it's across the whole state. So I think they're about 7% reduction. We were hoping to get 15% reduction. So we want to move into stage 2, which is mandatory conservation, and it primarily focuses on outside irrigation. The reason we do that in residential sector, more than 60% of residential water is used for landscape irrigation in the summertime. So as we're progressing in the summer here, we'd like to enact that stage 2, which would require just 2 days a week for people to irrigate their yards. And we do it on an odd, even type basis according to your address. Okay. So, and then the usual stuff, which we ask all the time, no watering between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. other than by drip irrigation or hand watering. No washing down of sidewalks, driveways, or other hardscape surfaces. We prefer you use a broom. No watering landscapes in a manner that cause runoff, which is a real problem here in our area because we have such clay soils. And no washing of cars without the use of a shutoff nozzle on it. No operations of decorative fountains or other water features. And then naturally, leaks and stuff, we're asking people that if you do have a leak, get it repaired as quickly as you can. And then restaurants are only to serve food on request, and operators of hotels and motels must have towel and linen signs that allow people to reuse their linens rather than have them washed every day. So I don't think it's too much of a burden, these measures at all. And, a lot of these lawns, even though they turn brown, they'll come back when we get winter rain. So the main thing I'm trying to get people to do is to call my agency, because we have a technician. We can go out and help them set the controller. They do have runoff. We can help control that runoff by doing what we call cycling, where we only put water on for just a few minutes, let it rest an hour, and then maybe do another application, maybe a third application if it's really hot. So we can come out there, assess your irrigation system, make sure it's working properly. The sprinkler heads aren't pointed on the sidewalks and they're pointed on the landscape material. Make sure that everything's working good, none of the valves are leaking, and then program your controller to meet up with these new restrictions. So are there any questions from anybody?
Go ahead, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. I have been hearing that we're not getting our Central Valley allocations. Is that the water from the San Luis Reservoir?
Yes, that's all Central Valley Project water.
And why are we not getting our allocations? What's going on?
We haven't had snow or rain, so there's no water. That's when we had all that snow in December, you recall, right? We were like 160% of our snow level. And then January and February, nothing. It got warm and dry. And when that snow started to melt, rather than go into rivers and go into reservoirs, the ground was so dry, it just sucked it up like a sponge. It didn't even make its way to some of the reservoirs. You can go to the state's reservoir site and the federal reservoir sites, and you can see we're about 40%, 45% of our normal capacity for this time of year. So that's the big issue right there. And we have been drying off our groundwater basin for 3 years, but we have a good supply, fortunately.
Okay. So it's been 3 years since we've got allocations?
Since it started, yeah. Because remember the wildfires we had during the pandemic and all that? And that was really, it started kicking in right then. It was 2019, but then 2020, you could really see it.
All right,
really
thank you for that. And then do you have like a digital flyer with all the information of the new restrictions?
I will be having, we'll have a yellow bill insert going out with the May bills. When people's open their bills the first week of June, they'll have all the regulations there. I have ads going out. We have articles in the paper, and I'm trying to get out wherever I can to talk to people.
I'm just thinking if we can get like a bullet point digital flyer for us to put on the city website and on our social medias and that type of
Appreciate
thing
that.
to help spread the word.
And I will, Chief, I'll need to ask for your code enforcement. We've been, Brett and I have been talking about it, where they'll help patrol and look for violations. And, it's not like we're going to come down on anybody right away. We really try to offer them assistance, remind them we're in drought, they're wasting money as well as water. And then we have a service where we can go help them reach compliance. And then I'm hoping Public Works, that all the parks and all the buildings and stuff the city owns will follow these regulations as well. Because as you said, with the parks and the trash and everything, we set the example. So That's really important. Okay. So any other
Sir,
questions?
Yeah, a quick question, maybe our attorney, on the resolution, it doesn't really state what the rules are going to be. It just talks about moving to stage 2.
Stage 2.
Is that enough, or do we need to be?
Yeah, because we
kinda
adopted
clarify?
these regulations are part of the urban water management plan that was adopted by the city, Sunny Slope, and the San Benito County Water District. It's an appendix that's with that document that was went through the whole hearing and adoption process.
Yeah, it just says, Mr. Resendez pointed out, so the public knows what we're saying
Absolutely.
has to be done.
No, thank you for that.
Okay.
That
All right.
seems correct. That appears correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speakers.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
All right, motion carries.
And I wanted to add, thank you, Councilmember Burns and the other members, when you're talking about doing the parks and stuff, that we're entering into a drought in the summer season. So maybe we need to rethink that for right now. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And I'll work with you, Brett, when we go in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll move to item F3.
Thank you, Mayor. So this resolution is for an appropriation in the amount of 75,500 to provide for a professional service agreement with Peckham and McKinney Executive Search to conduct an executive recruitment service for the Assistant City Manager, Administrative Services Director, and Development Services Director. Peckham and McKinney was chosen out of the two firms that provided a proposal to us out of the numerous firms that we mailed out the proposals to. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from council? Councilman Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Miller, so 75 or 76.5 for the 3 positions.
Correct.
What were the numbers for the other competitor?
The other competitor was about $2,000 less per recruitment, but they were not a firm out of California. And when we did our scoring, Peckham and McKinney came up higher. The main reason is because they have a lot more experience in California with California cities and counties.
Okay. Any sense for why we only got 2 proposers? I mean, that seems to be a current theme.
Yeah, I would say, I think the main thing is that a lot of government agencies have vacancies and they're just maxed out. I mean, we're getting, we did the class and comp study and we had people turn us down because they just said they're too busy. And it's an appearance, it's a theme throughout basically the nation, that there are quite a few openings and not enough employees out there. And so just everybody is busy.
Okay. And my final question is, if this council commits to move forward with this process, do we have a sense for when we'll actually be interviewing applicants?
Yeah, I'm hoping within 60 days.
Okay, thank you.
Or
Miller.
less.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Sure.
Thank you. Any other questions? Do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speakers.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
The motion is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. We'll move now to item F4.
Thank you again, Mayor. So I'm really excited to bring this item to the council. I've been working on this for quite a while. It will be our first through the fence agreement with a Zero Avia at 1961C Airway Drive. And I went back and forth with the FAA to make sure that we were doing things correctly. And like I said, I'm pleased to bring this item to council for our very first through the fence agreement. So any questions?
Mr. Burns?
Mayor, I'm going to reserve my comments until after public comment. I know the gentleman's been patiently awaiting. And so.
Oh, they're good waiting. They're waiting. Gotta wake them up first. City Manager, I'd like to ask, when you did this agreement, did you look at what other areas are charging for?
Yeah, really the main one that it's pretty much out there is Scottsdale, Arizona. So we looked at them and in fact copied some of their agreement. Also for our what we consider the appropriate fee is that we use the same fee as our tie down fees for the airport. That's one of the requirements of the FAA, that we're not taking money away from the airport. So that's what we tied it to, is this is no different than anybody parking their plane out on their, at our airport.
Great, perfect. Thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember or Vice Mayor Perez.
I think this is awesome. I'd like to thank the community members that were helping to work on this also. Great job, Brett. This is another crown in our jewel in our crown here in Hollister. A lot more things are going to happen with our airport. I totally support this. I'm excited for Hollister.
Thank you. Do you have any speaker cards?
Yes, the first speaker is Graham Mackey.
Welcome, Mr. Mackey.
Yeah, good evening,
Good to see
Mayor
you again.
and council people. My name is Graham Mackey, for the record. I live in Hollister. I'm here representing the Business Council, and myself, I've been in business in this city for 43 years. Members of the Business Council represent about 5,000 employees, which is quite a few considering the size of San Bernardino County. I wish to express my enthusiasm for the through the fence access at the airport. This is a great addition to our airport and will benefit employment and revenues to the city. Hopefully, many others can follow Zeri Avia's first agreement. I want to thank the council and the city manager for diligently working on this. I'm asking for you to vote yes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is Ken Lindsay.
Hi, my name's Ken Lindsay, and I don't know all of you, but I came to Hollister same time as Graham Mackey did in 1979. We just figured that out while we were sitting together. And my first project was the Hollister Business Park. Simultaneously with that, we ended up doing the Lana Lane, which was part of the property across the street from the Hollister Business Park. My next project was the North Point Business Center, followed by the Air Park Business Center, which I started in about 1986. And then lastly, the project that we just completed was the Citation Business Park with the Amazon building. So the through the fence is unique in that the FAA is trying to discourage it in most airports around the country. We're kind of one of the last ones to get grandfathered in. The through the fence is really supposed to be the carrot, not the prize. So the fee is meant to be relatively low so that we attract businesses, because the prize is getting the company to move here. And I'll use as an example, our Amazon deal that created a lot of jobs with that business coming here. When I first bought the property tax was about $6,000 on that land. After I did the infrastructure and put the roads in, the property taxes jumped up to about $40,000 a year. And now with Amazon there, and we recently sold that building, the property taxes are going to be roughly $1 million a year. So this is what we're trying to create with the through the fence, is to be different than other airports, be different than what's going on in the country. We have a way of attracting companies like Zero Avia to our community where we can create jobs, new tax revenue, and we're not taking away from anything from the airport. We're paying a tie-down fee. Instead of parking your plane on the airport, we'll be parking our plane off the airport. So we're not using any services, bathrooms, water, anything like that that comes from the airport. So I appreciate your consideration of this. I think it's, I was looking through my files, and I actually got this approved once before in 1988 by the city council, including the fee and everything. It was part of my due diligence to get this done and put in place before I started all the construction. So we felt it was relevant because this is old, was to go back to the FAA and make sure that we were still in compliance, that this wouldn't create any problems with the grant assurances. And as was mentioned, should I stop?
Thank you, sir.
As was mentioned, I've used Scottsdale Airport as a model all along. They have a 750-acre business park attached to their airport. It's a much more active airport than ours because they have airline business there.
Thank you.
Their through the fence fees for a single engine airplane is $17. Their twin engine is
Thank you, sir.
$22, and our turboprops were $55. So we're kind of following the same model. And I think the idea is that we want to use the through the fence to be able to attract great companies that'll bring quality jobs like Zero Avia is doing, and great opportunities and tax revenue for the community. So
Thank you.
anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm here to answer any questions if you have.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, the next speaker is on Zoom, Renee Wells. We will unmute you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Mayor Velazquez and council members. I appreciate being able to present before you. I'm Renee Wells, the Executive Director of the EDC, the Economic Development Corporation of San Benito County. I wanted to let you know that this is a huge potential for Hollister Municipal Airport to become a hydrogen hub, precisely because there will be a significant demand for this. California leads the world in adopting zero emission vehicles, and zero emission flight infrastructure is the next natural frontier. Zero Avia is supported by huge investors such as United Airlines, Alaska Airlines, British Airways, Shell Oil, and Amazon, to name a few. Their technology to convert turbine engines to hydrogen electric powertrains for long range and lower cost flight is an economically viable solution, and the EDC is thrilled to support them as they become the first through the fence business development at the airport and bring at least 50+ new jobs by the end of the year and put Hollister on the map for innovative technology. I want to thank Brett for all his work on this and the city staff and council. And just let you know that I am working on 3 other developments. They're just waiting for this through the fence development to go through with Zero Avia to bring more to the county, to the city.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Will Mace. You can go ahead and we'll unmute you.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and Town Council. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to hear this resolution. My name is Will Mace. I'm one of the brokers representing Mr. Enns on the facility bringing Zero Avia in. It's been a long process. I've been working with Mr. Lindsay as well as Brett Miller. And outside of this transaction that we're focused on here, I spend a majority of my month traveling to various airports across the country. We transact and represent operators of various size and operational needs. What I will say, there's a number of airports that I personally deal with through the fence policies, and those airfields being the heartbeat of the community, the ones with through the fence access, you really see a greater scale in operations throughout the airport. A number of my Fortune 100 clients that want and need to be at an airfield generally prefer to own their own land. And with a fee simple property through the fence, you have that option where they run into less operational restrictions directly on the airfield without competing against it. So every instance that I personally am involved with, I see a great benefit with communities that have the TTF. And I certainly appreciate Brett Miller's diligence and work on this matter. It's a heavy lift for anybody. So I'm really excited to watch what's going to happen to your community in Hollister. And I certainly hope that you vote yes on this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Right, there are no more speakers.
Thank you. Mr. Burns, you had a comment?
I do. I support this 100%. However, I do have I think there are probably just a couple technical questions for Mr. Miller and maybe Mr. Epperson. In reviewing the proposed contract, it shows that the term of the agreement began on April 18th. And so I know, since this is my wedding anniversary day, that it's not April 18th. And so I'm wondering if it needs to be revised. And then I also read in the contract that it talks about an automatic renewal, providing the businesses in good standing with the owner. And so that almost feels to me like a three-party contract, but I didn't read it as such. And so I need some clarification on that. And then the last thing that concerned me a little bit was that the agreement would renew on an annual basis. And I would prefer that, it be reviewed within 30 days of the renewal by council to ensure that everything's just going well and checks and balances. But conceptually, I'm 100% in support. So I look forward to your responses, gentlemen.
Yeah, for the annual, it was preferred that was done for every year so that we made sure that they were following all the required compliance with FAA rules, and then also with just through the fence agreement.
Right. I'm fine with it, but it said automatically renew. And so I would.
Oh, you
rather
would like
see
it to be, okay.
Yeah, for exactly what you stated.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would agree with everything that Mr. Miller just said. As far as the other issue, I forgot what your third one was, but the first one you mentioned was the date. It was to be in on April 18th. I assume nothing's happened since that date. And it looks to me, I just checked the calendar, like that was the date of our last meeting. So I would suspect that it was drafted that way with the assumption that this was coming before you at the last meeting. It can simply be lined out and corrected to whichever date is appropriate. And that could be today or at some point in the future.
Today.
Okay. And then again, I guess my other thought was, I didn't read where there was an opportunity for either party to terminate the contract. I think I read where if they fall into bankruptcy, or there were some of those terms, but first of all, that's not going to happen. But I did think that there would be a benefit to having an escape clause in there with 30 days advance notice or 60 or 90. I don't want to get into it to the weeds to that level, but I just think it would be beneficial to both parties. So, but I'll leave that to you guys.
Okay, is there any other questions, comments? Hearing none, is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, guys. Now move to item F5.
Thank you. So as council has requested to bring back to use the ARPA funds for economic incentives, staff has brought back to you a loan program to be spent on a low interest or 15-year 2% low interest loans for restaurants and commercial, or sorry, restaurants and or commercial with non-kitchen, up to $2 million in loans. To do ADA improvement loans up to $250,000, downtown beautification grants up to $250,000, and then sidewalk repair program up to $500,000. So I would just say if you have any questions, I know we've discussed this a few different times.
Councilmember Burns, I see your hand go up.
Wow, it felt like a horse race here.
Yeah,
So-
I saw some hands
Oh,
moving around.
yeah, so I do. Just a couple thoughts, actually. With regard to the downtown revitalization program, I would like to see there be a set aside for new lights downtown. And what I'm talking about are tree lights, and not only for the main street, San Benito Street, but for the side streets as well, in what is defined as our downtown business district. I would like for council to consider maybe even putting some sort of a PA system in there. I've been in other downtowns where they have that, where they can then play music at certain times. And I know we're talking about making this an entertainment district, so I think that that would work well with that. I do have some concerns that $500,000 for sidewalk repairs citywide. I just don't, conceptually, I can't visualize what that looks like. And so for me, it would be helpful to know more about how much sidewalk we can buy for $500,000. I suspect it'll be far less than I would hope for. And so, and I'm thinking maybe then, rather than citywide, to appropriate it for each council member. So for example, let's say each council district gets $125,000 each. And so, you know, at the end of the year, if I've only burned through 100,000 in my district and Rick needs more, then we could still move it around. But what I don't want to do is I want to make sure that my council district gets its fair share. And so for me, I'd like to see some flexibility in that regard. And then I'm still not really clear on the $150,000 to the businesses for kitchens or $50,000 for non-restaurants. Are these loans going to be to the business owner or to the building owner? And what happens if the business owner fails? How does that affect the building owner? Because now they've got the benefit of free money potentially, and I would assume we would pursue the recourse against the business owner. And so I don't know how this works, but I like it. I just want to be more clear on what this looks like from a more practical application in that regard. So that concludes my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, the intent was to go to the business owner, but maybe what we can do, like say on a restaurant, maybe we can put a lien on or on the kitchen equipment or something like that, so that it always reverts back to us. Probably for a retail or like say, when I look at a non-kitchen, kind of would be like when Mars Hill was on the corner. But we could probably also put some lien on, or at least maybe a major item, so that we at least get something back if they close up.
Mr. Resendez, you had a comment?
Yeah, I don't know if this really applies, but I had heard that the people who are working on the green ordinance, they brought up some concerns as far as like affordability. And I'm just wondering, I know this applies to all the businesses, not just downtown businesses. So I don't know if it applies to this, but I wonder if we can take some of the ARPA funds and help out with that.
Oh, definitely.
And maybe it's best that we do start downtown, because if like our downtown businesses are willing to jump on board, then that can serve like as a small pilot program to incentivize everybody else. So I'd like to see some funds allocated to that, in my opinion. And then I do agree with Councilmember Burns as far as if we're going to contract and we're going to spend money on putting these kitchens in, then we need to have both the building owner and the business owner on the contract, because that's an investment. So what if the business goes belly up, like in a couple of years, then we're essentially going to give all these downtown building owners beautiful commercial buildings, and they can go and they can rent it out to somebody else. So I think he makes a very good point, and it's a good sense to have both the business owner and the building owner agree to the terms. So I'd like to look more into that. And then I do just thinking about what Councilmember Burns brought up too. So I do remember the conversation about the PAs, and then there was it happened in Gilroy, and maybe you can remind me. I'm not opposed to it at all. I think it's nice for like the parades and stuff, but I know that something happened in Gilroy. I forgot what it was. I was going to ask you. And then also I'm wondering like about the upkeep. Like there's problems with the lights, obviously. I don't know where we're at with that. So if we do install like the PA system and all that, like we need somebody who's reliable that's going to help us keep that up for years. And I don't know, maybe that idea is, you know, something that's here now and it might be popular, but in a few years we're going to have something different and it might be outdated. I don't know. I forgot. Maybe if you remember, Mr. Mayor, about what happened in Gilroy.
I don't know if it was Gilroy. It was one of the communities that did it, and there was issues because it was who was choosing the music type of a deal. So that became a controversial thing. It's like, well, is it going to play country music today, Mexican music, or whatever it is? I think what we're seeing though now with the parklets is these restaurants are playing their music, and which is really giving it the atmosphere that seems to work pretty well. The lighting, done well. I think it works, but it does require a lot of maintenance. I think what really worked well for us was a string light from light to light, post to post. We do need to put timers on them. Those things are running till when I leave town 4 a.m, they're on. So I think it's something we have to put onto the time clocks and see what's going on. But there's a lot of good things we could do. The sidewalk comment, I think that's a good idea, but he left one member out. I'm not going to mention who he left out. But there's ways we can do that, and I think that does make sense. It allows council members to go out and see what's going on in their district. So I like that idea. As far as securing the loans, I think the building owner does have to be involved somewhere. If not, you're going to have an issue of people opening a business and then a year later shutting it, and a building owner is going to have the opportunity to keep leasing at a higher rate because all the equipment's been put in. So we want to make sure we're covered on that, because the goal here is to bring that money back and do it again and keep doing it, to incentivize over and over. So I think you guys covered it really well.
Yeah, for the PA, I think that was, remember that was 2 years ago. But I mean, the only thing that I would think about is that it would be for parades or for emergency information.
The problem with those, it doesn't take long before you speak them, they just crackle. Weather has a way of destroying speakers rather quickly. And unless we're going to be repairing them, let me step back. In today's world, the speakers are not wired anymore. So we could actually buy speakers and put it on a certain, the Bluetooth and take care of it all. So needing a wire doesn't work. We can test that out with a few of those speakers through the downtown and see what I know who to talk to on that, as a matter of fact.
I'm willing to donate.
There
my
is a limitation
playlist.
on Bluetooth, by the way.
So you tell us how we do that, but there are ways to do that nowadays without the hard wire. And when it goes bad, you just replace the speaker. So we can do it. Did you guys have some comments?
Yeah, I like Mr. Burns' idea. I think before adding any other item onto the ARPA funds, I'd like us to consider looking at some of the tech upgrades, and that's going to be about $2 million. So before we start adding on, I'd like us to consider the totality of what we actually need to do for the city and some of the what do you call it? Sorry.
Are you talking the fiber routes?
Yes, fiber ops. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I'd like us to consider before adding any additional, items to the list that we consider fiber ops to our list. That's going to be very expensive and we have limited funds. And so we can't fund everything, but we need to look at the totality of our needs. And then, because we're going to run out of money very quickly. And Mayor, you live in District 3, so I represent.
All the way around. Well,
so the as far as the splitting up the money between the districts, I see what you're saying, but you got to understand that my district, it's old. It's 150 years old. The older you get, someday you'll understand this. The older you get, the more maintenance you're going to need. No, I'm talking to Brett. But you know what? What's that? What do you mean? So as District 1 gets 125,000 for sidewalks. Are we talking that's what I get to go spend on my community or my district? Or is that what they're gonna borrow what does that look like?
Oh, the sidewalk program was actually for this city to spend $500,000
Okay.
on repairing sidewalks.
So
within the community.
if that's the case, then you know what? I'll take 125. No problem. And I'll see you in a year.
And that's it.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
As far as the lights, I've been bringing up these lights for a long time. And this whole maintenance thing that I've been being told about has really been driving me nuts. So thank you for bringing that up. I don't know if that's, I kind of agree with Dolores. It's like, I think we need to spend some money on broadband, on our fiber optics. But I definitely want to see something done at our downtown. It's those lights look ridiculous. And I don't know what you do when you send people out there, Brett, to fix them, but it's not doing much. So, I mean, because they're inline lights. So it's like, you don't just go replace a bulb. You know, there's not much they can do. So that's why you'd be neat to see something. But I do think we need to focus some of our money on our broadband, fiber optic stuff. And what was the other one? That was it. I'm good.
Yeah. One of the concerns I had back in the day about the lights was exactly this problem. And I kind of warned about it's going to look good for the first year and then it's going to fall apart on us. There are ways to get these things fixed, but it does take a maintenance program and the right tools to do it and do it early, because once it starts to fall, it just quickly goes bad and then more lights go out and so on. So it's not something that can't be taken care of. It's just making sure we have the right tools to do it and teaching the crew how to do it right. So
actually it's having the right product on there at the same time, because there's no way you can go splice into these, correct?
Yeah.
Am I right, Henry?
That's
It's
what I mean,
like,
the right tools.
right.
Yeah.
No, you need to have the right product.
That's what I mean, the right product with the tools so they can fix it correctly.
Okay, product
I
and
fix these
tools
things,
are.
I know exactly what we're talking about. And as far as broadband, I know the feds are coming up the funding pretty soon. Hopefully we get that through so we can afford to do a good broadband program that we need to do, because it is going to be expensive. And I know the county's working on it.
Yes, the county is working on, they have a committee together to get the funding and stuff like that. I did reach out to the county with these projects, to get to the treatment plant, to get to the fire station too. There's also opportunity to partner with them, because along the way, there's just high school, there's another school, there's Hollister School District, there's county public works. There's opportunities to partner with them and get some.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have anything else? Speaker cards?
We have no speakers.
Okay. So is there a
So let
motion?
me, I would say kind of in your motion, I mean, I don't need for the business and building owner and we'll write that in. But there was a conversation of lights downtown, PA, what we just discussed, green businesses, or not to do any of those things as an add-on until we've kind of gone through this, what we've already done.
Yeah, let's accomplish what you set out here to accomplish. Get that done, come back, and let's attack the next phase of this. Otherwise, we're gonna find ourselves spread thin all over the place, trying to do more. It is a good layout, what you put down here. I think we just.
So the last lights that went up were how much?
Henry, do you remember?
46,000? 46, yeah, under 50.
For the trees or something?
Yeah, for all the lights,
The trees are the long ones.
for the trees.
Ah.
I think it was like 46 something. So it's looking at it like that too, it's like, you know what? The lights have been bugging me, and you know what? The other thing that's been bugging me is Carol Lenore. She's always on me about the lights too, but you know what? She has a point. Her point is valid. our trees downtown do look really bad. I'll save that for my G4 though.
So we're not adding additional money. We're asking for the downtown beautification grant, that be a part of that allocation. So
Okay.
that's all we're asking for.
Okay,
So
no
that's,
problem.
that should be incorporated. And I don't want to lose the comment about splitting up the money for each district for the sidewalk repair
Oh, yeah,
program.
sorry. What was the other one?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Was there anything else? Now, can somebody make that motion?
I'd be pleased to make that motion, Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
So I would like to make a motion that we allocate the money as proposed for the downtown revitalization or beautification, recognizing that we're going to require that both the business owner and the building owner agree before we move forward with any prospective loans in that regard. I'd like to also make a recommendation that the $500,000 for sidewalks be split amongst the 5 districts or the 4 districts and the mayor, $100,000 for each. It gives us $500,000 in my dirty math. And I would like to propose that we also go out and not only add but replace the current lighting in the streets downtown on San Benito Street and the first block on the side streets as well. And I know that's going to add a little additional cost, but if we're going to do it, why wouldn't we just do it all? I mean, they are part of the downtown. And so, and I'm more than happy to not add into it the speakers for now. I think that's certainly something we can either see if there's a value or not to it. And I think I've covered all the elements. So that would be my motion.
Thank you, sir. There's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
5-0. All right, we're going to move now to item G1, reports from city council members regarding their committees. Councilmember Burns,
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing to report.
Councilmember Sendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few things here. So as far as intergovernmental goes, we talked about fire district, fire committee districts, and then I think that we left off with saying that we wanted to hear back from the ad hocs. Is that correct? That we're going to get the ad hocs to talk, come back with that information? I don't.
That was my understanding.
Okay. The county is working on a county-wide ban on flavored tobacco and vaping. And then just so that the council members know that pre-COVID, because of public health, we were working on a city ordinance here, but we didn't get to finish that because of COVID. So now the county is looking at doing a county-wide ban, which I fully support because they advertise all these different flavors and stuff, and our kids are vaping, and it's a huge problem. The other thing is that, where are we at with the homeless JPA?
That's still in the planning stages and being worked on to design something that hopefully will be acceptable to all the public agencies involved.
Okay, so that's one thing that's pretty pressing. That is a standing item on the intergovernmental. We talk about it. We get calls. I'm sure everybody gets calls and emails and about what's going on with the homelessness. And of course, I just after talking to everybody at the different agencies, we think it's better to come up with a regional approach rather than just patching our work together. So I think we need to prioritize that for sure. And that concludes my report for intergovernmental. Then I have COG. It got pretty passionate, I would say. We had the state there and they were talking about the RENA numbers. And of course, I think I've shared this with the council before. Every single sitting board member or commissioner, I forget what our title is on COG, is against the RENA numbers. They're trying to make us build a lot more homes here. This is a really pressing concern with our constituents. It's something that we've all heard about. And this time we were fortunate enough to have the state there. But I don't think it matters. And I think everybody felt the same way. It kind of fell upon deaf ears. And I've got to say, I'm a little frustrated with the process. Everybody expressed that very clearly about the arena numbers that they're giving to us. And I personally expressed my frustration with our state representatives too. This is one of the most important pressing issues that we hear from all of our constituents here. We're at our capacity. Our schools are at capacity. Our teachers are losing their jobs. People are doubling up in their homes. We don't have multifamily. We don't have enough low income. We keep talking about these things again and again and again, and the state does not care. And every representative that I know that's on COG expressed that to them, and the majority of the elected officials here are doing their due diligence in standing up for the constituents and trying to ensure that we stop with the irresponsible growth here. And we just don't feel supported by the state. So there's some pushback from COG. I think that basically what we said is, we've got a little bit more time before we make a decision, but we need to bring it back to the city councils. We need to bring it back to the county. And then we have to make a decision as a council, as a board, as to what we're going to do next. But this is, in my opinion, one of the most pressing concerns here. And it needs to be talked about, and it needs to, I don't know. I remember having this conversation when I first got on the council 4 years ago, and we're in the same situation. In fact, we're not in the same situation. We're in an even worse situation, I'll be honest with you. So that concludes my report on my committees. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Perez,
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Morales.
Yes, so we created an ad hoc committee to talk about bike rally and bringing other types of smaller festivals or events to the city of Hollister. We had a really productive meeting. We had 5 businesses. They shared concerns. So some of the things we discussed was more communication with the various groups, more collaboration. So we talked about having businesses utilize the logo for the 150th anniversary. They're going to get some type of stickers supporting the 150th. They're also looking to, provide sponsorships and just look how we can work together a little bit better. We also had conversations about parking, some of the alleys, and again, just ongoing communication. So we will be meeting monthly and being hosted by the businesses here in downtown. And we look forward to the ongoing conversations and building strong relationships with our community partners.
Is that it? Thank you. Just to expand on the conversation on COG, I did have a meeting with CalCog, and one of the discussions was the numbers that had come out to all the agencies throughout the state. There's a big uproar about it, not only in our community, but others. And one of the other state agencies sent a letter to, I forgot which agency, about this whole problem. And it looks like things are turning around in our favor, like they might have overstepped their bounds. And if people want to know what that means, is basically the state said you have to build or make plans for 5,000 more homes. And the question is, where did this even come from? Like, well, it's because we need it, and because you guys have grown, we took your previous numbers and that's what we're using. And to get your 5,000, like, wait, you're forcing us to keep growing, and you're multiplying that number on top of each other. And to make matters worse, it's not even about affordable housing or multifamily housing. It's about single family homes, which is not helping our community whatsoever. And I think this is what really angered all the members of our group, is that this is not about solving a housing crisis for our communities. This is about solving or making more business for those developers that want to build more single family homes. It was outrageous, and clearly it's happening throughout the state, and communities are fighting back. And there's moving through some initiatives that are coming through in the probably next election cycle, which is going to work towards taking back control of growth from the state. And this is what the state has put himself into by pushing this and pushing this. It looks like by the next election cycle, voters throughout the state are going to have the chance to say, no, our own community is going to decide what's going on. No more state forcing their will upon us. So good. I think that's good news. Where we're finally, people are listening. So that was my my update from CalCog. We'll move now to informational reports. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would like to just ask again, preferably before we go into our July break, that we receive a presentation from the city regarding substandard housing. And that's high on my priority list. And so I'd ask for council consensus on that. I'd also like to get clarity on graffiti and how it gets abated. I had the opportunity, I met with Councilmember Perez at one of his parks, and it looked like the skate park with all the graffiti that was there. And I know I've been fighting it directly in front of a park that I live close to. And so I think it'd be helpful to get that information out. I'm pleased to say that at least in one of the areas where the graffiti artist was active in the park where I live close to, that has stopped, thankfully. Now that I've got the touch-up paint, they've stopped doing it, of course. And so I would also like to see if there's a way to, I've asked the chief to do it, and he's agreed to publicize the town hall on June 11th. I'm wondering if I don't know if it's too late to put that in some sort of the utility mailings, but I think that would be great. I'd love to see the Vets Hall just overflow crowd to get that training, get that Narcan, if we can get that out. I think there's a real value in that. And then I also wanted to ask for council consensus. I liked what our presenter said, and I liked what Councilmember Resendez said as well about maybe taking and earmarking a small amount of money for green waste transition program. And so again, I think that's a perfect use for the ARP money. I've also heard what Councilmember Morales has said, and I don't want to just go hog wild with it, but I think if we had a program, it would be to our advantage, and it would help the businesses that were hurt in the past couple of years. And, once we transition, we're there and then we're good. So I'd like to get council's buy-in on that. That completes my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Sir, Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I definitely support that. If you can have a conversation with the folks over at Green Waste and let them know of Councilmember Morales' concerns, like what can we do that's going to be supporting the businesses, but also we have to ensure that we're being fiscally responsible, right? Dollar General, I already talked about the weed, graffiti over there. I'm assuming that we've got that taken care of. And if not, can we make sure it gets taken care of? And then behind Dollar General, I had the street pulled up and I think I closed it. I forget the name of the court. I can't even say it. Piani Credi, I think it is named. Anyhow, there's a resident there that lives there that wants spikes on the lamps. And I've talked to you about this because when they park underneath the lamp, the bird's waste drops on the car and it's ruining the car. So is that something we can just look into, maybe do like a little bit of a pilot program? What are other cities doing?
Correct. Actually, staff has ordered those and
Perfect.
they should be putting them up here in the near future.
All right. So if we can start with our friends over on, I think Piani Credi, right behind Dollar General, right towards the corner, there's a light there. And I've seen it. There's a lot of bird waste coming down from that lamp. So I've gone over there and talked to the homeowners. On top of being more environmentally conscious, what's going on, if we can find out, I don't expect you to know this off the top of your head, but what is going on with the plastic bag ban? I know that the state passed something and it seemed like everybody was a little bit more conscious about it, but now I think we're all back to just, using the plastic bags. And is there something we can do a little bit more restrictive for our city that we can consider? I'd really like to look into that because I think it's important, especially with what's going on at the landfill and everything. And I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor Perez.
I'd like for part of Grunagos, in front of Grunagos, the mortuary, they're having troubles being able to park their hearse there because of parking. So I'd like to see if the city can do something about putting in a loading zone or till they said if we can talk to Grunagos and to see, because they said most of their funerals are before 11, to make sure that the families of those that are departing us. Not even for them, for the one that's passed away, that they're gonna go bury, that they have a parking spot up front. I'd like to get some support from that from the council. There's also lights downtown. Let's see this, what's this one? Oh, lights downtown. The light pole on McCarthy, at McCarthy Park, the one that's been hit. I've asked you about that before, and I'm wondering if you have an update about, because it looks like it's going to fall over. So I don't know if it's structurally sound or not. And I've asked you this, I think it was 2.5 months ago. So I'm wondering,
Yeah, it's been
what are
called
we
into
doing about
PG,
that?
it's been called into PG&E, so we'll follow up on that.
So, okay. San Felipe and Santa Ana, I'm getting a lot of phone calls about that traffic light is not operating function, or one says it's not operating, and I got 2 others that says that it's the timing is off. Can we do some type of traffic study or something on that to make sure that the lights are, I don't know. So one person said that I got a lot of complaints. I have 4 complaints. One says that there are people are not being patient because the lights are shortened.
No, I know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah, right there.
I
Yeah,
know- I
the
know.
news, right there by the tracks.
It's, what it is people are trying to make a left turn from Santa Ana, not knowing which direction the other person is going from the other direction. So they want to have a left turn light on there. And I did sit there one time going through it, and I did laugh because everybody just seems so confused. And I couldn't understand why everybody was so confused about it. It's you go left, I go left, you go right, whatever it is. So I think I got a few of those
Yeah.
calls too.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, so maybe understanding that would be helpful because it is a little.
Yeah, if
confusing.
we can check out what's going on there at that
That's
light.
on Santa Ana and San Benito, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's right there at a quick stop.
Yeah.
The other thing is, did we not do presentations for 5 minutes or 10 minutes? I forgot. And so how do we enforce that and stuff? Because it's like, can we put up a timer or something? Or are we letting people, when we let them get on the agenda, are we letting them know?
Yeah, we are, but
Okay.
we can
Yeah,
come
we-
up with something.
So
Yeah,
Even if it's our own staff,
we
we're
agree.
gonna have to figure out something.
I like the idea of the timer.
Yeah,
we
Yeah.
gotta make sure we're implementing that.
Yeah.
every time.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I want to get all the information I can, but and I don't even know if, at least, man, if we move it up to 10 minutes, we'd still be cutting our time into third. But I do want to hear, I mean, I want to be fair to them because we do need to hear the information of what's going on out there and what's coming up. The other thing is I'd like to because of the Supreme Court ruling today about the Christian flag going and being able to come up, I'd like to I'd like to thank staff for doing all that they did to put the Christian flag up for last month. But I want to put it on agenda so that we can get it up for next year also. So, and that concludes my report.
So speaking of time, I need the council's permission. We're past 10 o'clock. I'm saying.
I didn't even know.
Thank you for reminding me. Councilmember Morales? Do we have consensus to continue?
No.
No? Okay, well, we'll
No.
see you later. I gotta go.
So I'd like to just elevate some of the items that I brought from previous meetings. The ordinance about adding additional noises, animal noises in particular, other than dogs. The shopping cart fees ordinance, anything associated with being taken from the property and then the business is being fined. I'd like for us to problem solve that issue. The night market, I know we've talked about it a couple of times, but still not sure where we are. I know we're going to be receiving an informational report from code enforcement, but I'd like to see more of a study session on communication, working with people, any type of ADR process, and any type of nuisance calls associated, and how we can better, I know other jurisdictions under the Dispute Resolution Programs Act do get funding allocations for nuisance calls and working directly with the police department, and code enforcement seems to be taking a lot of these calls, but there's a process and training associated with this. And it's to build relationships, and especially if it's a neighbor to neighbor issue, for there to be communication, problem solving, and looking at relationships instead of utilizing code enforcement as a vehicle to address those issues. Also, I'd like to see our website have a section for resources. So a lot of folks don't know anything that we have, not anything, but it's really challenging to find anything online. So this would be like all the nonprofit organizations, water resources, the chamber, the business council, just one area, housing, food, some of the basic items, a lot of, social services has a great one if you're looking to see what one looks like. And specifically updates on what the city does or issues that are really important to us that we're working on. This is, we can just direct them to our website to get a lot of that information that we oftentimes, get asked about, or either send them to the county link also, because I think there's a new residents don't know if they live county or city. And so being able to address a lot of that would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay. I spent today touring our community with Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren. We started here at City Hall to discuss the roads, Highway 25, our mobility partnership with Santa Clara County, what we're doing and how we use her help on some of these larger projects. We went from there to San Benito High School to go visit with Dr. Tenenbaugh, Superintendent, or Crystal Lamonto, toured the high school. As everybody is, are extremely impressed with our high school, and you just can't believe how beautiful of a campus it is. Then we went over to Galvin College to go visit Judy Rodriguez. She gave us a tour, and Dr. Rose met us there. So I want to thank all of those involved for all of the tours. And then we went over to the reservoir to go look at how we're going to get this thing back open again. We spent some time there with supervisors Bob Tiffany and Supervisor Colin Kosmicki to look at the solution so she can get educated on the problem. She seems to be very familiar with it. She's going to be working with Jimmy Panetta to continue doing the work he's been doing over the years and try to get this solution where we're making progress. And then we finished our tour by going over to Casa de Fruta and having some conversations over there. So I want to thank her for coming out and learning about our community. And I'm sure she's going to make a good Congresswoman for our community. So thank you, Ms. Lofgren. One of the things I did find out at Galvin College was the elevators in certain areas have to be pressure washed. There's a lot of bird waste, trash, and it really needs a deep cleaning, which got me going again about this issue of this alley being closed. And I've just had it. This has been over a year, and no other community would you ever find this happening where they shut down a street for a developer to do whatever they wanted until they were done with their project. It just doesn't happen anywhere. I can understand 2-3 days, get a permit, but after that, every single day should be a fee. 5 cities, they don't let you close the sidewalk. They make you build a bridge so pedestrians can walk under. We are just allowing a container here on 5th Street. And Mr. Burns, you brought that up before. And if there's no urgency, if there's no cost, if it takes a year, 2 years, 3 years, so be it. We can't do this anymore. We just cannot do this. If somebody wants to take up our property, sidewalk or a street, I'm all right with 2 or 3 days. After that, we need to have a fee of $500 a day or something. We just can't allow this anymore because people can't even access Galvin properly. And it's just not right for our community. We need to put an end to this. This has gone on way too long. And I want to make sure we write up something so that is our code in the future. So we never have to experience this again. It's just, it's being nice and being friendly, and it's costing our community. And speaking with that conversation, we need to start looking at that parking, the correct parking fee when people start using that parking garage overnight. We need to get that solved. This fee of $15 a month is, again, it's just not right. It's going to cost us a fortune to maintain it, and we need to do this correctly. So we might as well get started on this now rather than continue to put it off. So Mr. Perez brought up a street light that was pretty much knocked over. I think one of the good things we did do several years back, we got the LED lights installed on our street lights, which is saving us money. But one of the problems with LEDs, they're very bright, and we're getting a lot of light pollution. I know we had a dark sky ordinance in our community before, and it came up because somebody was saying, remember when you could see the stars? And I said, I do remember. I remember talking with my father when he was visiting, and we were watching Halley's Comet go by, and he just couldn't believe it, being that he was from Southern California, that you can actually see it here in our community. We're losing that, and we really need to work with San Benito County and start enforcing the dark sky ordinance and see what we can do to kind of bring down some of the LED lights so it's not so bright and it doesn't cause so much light pollution. So we can look into that. It's not something that's going to happen tomorrow, but it's something I think we should talk about again. It'd be helpful to move in that direction. And with that, that is all I have for today. Thank you. City Manager.
I'm just gonna, most of these were for information and or things that we'll bring forward.
Yeah, I'm not asking us to do a consensus on any of this right now. I just think it's something.
Yeah, a lot of it's everybody's request, we'll get to it.
Yeah, it's a better way.
And nothing to report after that.
Thank you. City Attorney.
Thank you. No report.
Chief.
Just want to report that there's going to be another DUI checkpoint this week on the 5th of May. And we encourage everyone to designate a driver if you're going to be out that day. We're not going to release until that day where we're going to have it, but we're going to have it in an area where there's been an increased amount of traffic citations or accidents in our community. So
Good.
Everybody just, if you're going to party safely.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. City Clerk.
I have nothing to report.
Thank you. We are now moving to G7. Almost there.
Okay, so good evening, Mayor and Council. Staff is seeking direction from Council on whether to continue to provide a Zoom link on the City Council and other commission agendas to give members of the public the option to give public comment remotely during a meeting. We currently have a resolution that allowed us to continue under an emergency for 30 days, the hybrid Zoom teleconferencing. That resolution is going to expire on May 5th. So just moving forward, we want to find out from council, would you like the future meetings? We have one on May 14th and May 16th, I believe. Would you like staff to still put a Zoom link on there just for the public's convenience as an alternative option to give public comment, but have voting members such as council come in person and go by the original Brown Act rules? Just so you know, we did do like a informal poll of California cities. We only got 17 responses to our poll, but of those that responded, 6 of those cities that were doing hybrid, they have stopped and they're completely in-person meetings now. But 11 of those are still doing the Zoom link, but it's only for the public, staff, or consultants. And it's more of a like a convenience or an alternative option, just because we've been doing this for 2 years now. People are used to having that option. But some of the cities, such as I think it was City of Seaside, they had like a disclaimer on their agenda that said, this is a Zoom link that the public can use to attend and give public comment, but we don't make any guarantees that it will work. So if Zoom goes down, council's meeting in person, we're still going to continue with the meeting. We're not going to halt the meeting until Zoom comes back up. So it's basically use at your own risk, because you do have the option to come in person. It's more of just an alternative option. So, I mean, if you have any questions, let me know, but we're basically looking for consensus on how to move forward. Do we want to offer Zoom participation or not? Or do we just want to end it entirely?
Wow. Councilman Burns, let's say everybody has a comment on this.
Wow, it'll be quick. Yes. I do like the idea of continuing to Zoom at your own risk.
Okay.
And for me, I think we've seen the value and the benefit as recently as this evening. We have people that, for whatever reason, couldn't necessarily choose or chose not to come here to make public comment. And we had people that were presenters as well. And I think there's value in that. And so for me, that would be my recommendation. Zoom at your own risk.
Councilmember Sendes?
Yeah, same. I'm just going to echo the same sentiments. I like the idea of the disclaimer, but the more public participation and the more that we can get the public to participate, the better. So I like that we're doing the Zoom. I like that we're doing the YouTube. Anything else we can do to get the public engaged is always a great idea, in my opinion.
Okay. So then that would let the teleconferencing for the public officials or voting members, that will just lapse on May 5th. And that's the consensus. And then I also just wanted to mention just really quickly, City Clerk Black, she said that she received an update from BBK that there's legislation that they're trying to move forward to make sort of more relaxed Brown Act rules for teleconferencing in the future, so that it's not quite as strict as the pre-COVID days, but not quite as lenient as during the pandemic. It's somewhere in the middle. So that's, I guess it's currently in the state assembly. So that there might be something in the future where you can have some middle ground.
Needs to be. Absolutely
So,
needs to be.
so is that consensus to
Yes.
do the Zoom link with the disclaimer, and it's only for public if
Correct.
you want to use it?
I think it's great. I think
Okay.
it's a great way to do it.
Right. Sounds
We
good.
don't want to shut down a meeting if the Zoom goes down. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on that?
There's no
Any
comments.
Zoom public comment?
No
on
Zoom
that?
comments.
Wait, hand just went up.
Okay.
Say, I knew it.
All right. John Casey, we will unmute you.
Hi, it's been a long evening, and I just wanted to say thank you because it is nice to listen in, get a lot more information, and be able to participate in this way. So I appreciate you keeping the hybrid and at my risk. So if I have to rush down there, take 10 minutes to get down there, Zoom goes down, but I do appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you.
There are no more comments.
Okay. We'll now move to item H1.
That's me again. So we attached the updated list of council requests, and we separated it into 4 separate lists. So there's council item agenda requests that haven't been completed yet, the updates that haven't been completed yet, and then we have a separate list where we're tracking the ones that have been completed, so everybody knows what's been done, and it's not all in one list. So we can focus on what still needs to be done versus what's been completed. So I guess at this point, if you have any comments or questions about anything on this list, let us know.
Council, do you want another column that's maybe kind of says a status? Because to a point, we start something and we might not have it completed, but this is not telling you kind of like that we're working on it. I don't know.
I think it's important that we know where we're at with it.
Okay. Yeah, because I was looking at it like, okay, we're working on these things, but it doesn't say that.
I'm also wondering if it might not be beneficial maybe to take that list that is active and actually put it on the city website under council in a separate area for pending or in process, so that the community can actually see if they want to go to our website, what's pending and,
Yeah.
If it's not too difficult.
I'm looking at Paul. It's easy for me to say it's not difficult. We will do that.
Okay. Any questions or comments? No. All right. We will now move to item K1.
Good evening, council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Jamila Saka, and I'm the Housing Programs Coordinator. Tonight, I'm providing the required annual report summarizing the financial condition of the housing successor low and moderate income housing asset fund. Some of you may not know, so I just want to provide a little bit of history regarding the redevelopment agencies. They began in 1945 with the California legislature enacted the Community Redevelopment Act to assist local governments in eliminating blight through development, reconstruction, rehabilitation of residential, commercial, industrial, and retail districts. Then, unfortunately, fast forward to 2011, as part of the Budget Act, legislation approved the dissolution of the state's about 400 plus redevelopment agencies, or RDAs for short. After a period of litigation, RDAs were officially dissolved February 1st, 2012. And through the city's resolution 2012-06, the city of Hollister approved the authority to become the successor housing agency of the former redevelopment agency to retain the housing assets and affordable housing functions. Since the dissolution, the city of Hollister is required to provide an annual report of the housing assets and activities. And that's what you have included in your packet today. If there are any questions or anything that I can help provide, please let me know. At the end of this, as a requirement, it will also be posted to our city website. So it is something that the public is available to see every single year.
Thank you. Any questions? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Not any real questions. I'd like to suggest to this council that maybe we, at the next time we have a development meeting, that we do RDA 101 for council. I labored through the report. Thank you for being the subject matter expert. So I have to trust in you, and I'm prepared to do so. But I might as well have been reading French or Greek, and I don't speak either of those languages. And so for me, I'm ignorant, and so I would like more. And there's as you suggested, there's like a decade of history here, decade, maybe a century.
Many.
Yeah, a whole lot. And so for me, I would really like to understand this better, because it seems to me that if we're not diligent in this, we could find ourselves in some deep water. And so that would just be my request of council and the city manager. And thank you for the report. Again, it was great. I just didn't understand it.
Yes, and I will comment that I think next year what I'm going to do is add just a little bit different formatting so that it might help some individuals understand, because it is very complex. And I'll be honest with you, I rely a lot on our assigned legal staff to make sure that I am following all of the legal rules with the dissolution of the redevelopment agencies.
Yeah, I could kind of sum it up real quick that we had money, the state came and grabbed it from us, about $9 million worth. $9 million from the RDA, yes.
Well, there's reason for that too, but Councilmember Morales?
So I'm in agreement. And I know that, so I would like to just postpone the acceptance of this so that we can actually bring it back when it's a decent hour to fully understand and ask questions and really have a better understanding. I know that this is no longer, but in terms of the assets, I'd like to have a better understanding. I get questions about affordable housing, if we have programs, what are the assets? And I truly, there isn't really anything online. I know that you have a lot of documents here, but in terms of just walking us through that process, that's what I would prefer.
Jamal, do we have a deadline?
Do you have a deadline?
I was just about to say, I think it is preferred to accept the document as provided. We do and have provided it in the past as part of our general plan progress report. So these do get sent to the state so that they understand where we are at with our current funding. They don't typically have like an exact hard deadline, but we have provided the information as part of our general plan progress report. So if possible, I would suggest to accept it so that we can move forward and have the state understand and see where we are at. And then I can always come back for an informational item and take no action and just provide some type of summary regarding what we can be able to use future funding for, a type of housing plan. That would be my suggestion, but it's totally up to you as a council what you would like to do.
I think the question was, are you under a deadline to submit this?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, so I think, what we see too often is the state saying, we want this, we want this. You find out their deadline really is not for 6 months down the road. So I think the council is making it pretty clear. They want to really understand what this is about, how it works, the dollars that are left over, and all, I'm sure many other questions you all have about what were dollars used for before.
Okay.
$6 million, I think, for just the bricks and the outside, or whatever number that was. So it's going to be helpful to get a good understanding for everybody. Go ahead, Ms. Resendez.
Yeah, I 100% agree. We see you what, once a year?
A few times,
Yeah.
mostly because this is a requirement, but yes.
Because it's a requirement, but it can be confusing and a bit cumbersome, right? So last time I saw you, I think last year, you said you were putting out a grant. So did your grant get approved, or I forget? We haven't seen you in so long, so I think they're bringing up some good
COVID
concerns.
month.
But you were going after some money to come up with a plan, and I don't remember what happened with that. Like again, we see you for a brief moment, but I think we need a little bit more of an in-depth of what is going on. I would appreciate it, and I haven't seen you in quite a while. Maybe it's because of COVID, I'm not sure, but yeah. So last I heard, I think you had got a grant, and then you were going to use that money to hire a consultant. So where's that at? And if you can explain that to the council too.
Yes, that would be a completely separate item. That would not be part of the, that would not be part of the redevelopment agency.
Okay.
Like mentioned, with the redevelopment agency, we signed an agreement saying that the city of Hollister would manage our assets and manage the future funding of just that fund. So any future grants or any future funding would be completely separate funding portion and would not necessarily be part of the redevelopment agency. What I think you may be referring to is, okay, there was a lot that happened in like 2019, right before COVID, and there were three in particular. One was the SB2 grant, the LEAP grant, the REAP grant, and it was in particular what we were going to be using one of the fundings for. And yes, we received all of them. They were non-competitive, and I cannot remember the total. There was a lot. I know the first one was 160,000.
I want to make sure we don't stray off, because actually we're talking about something
Yes,
totally different
that was
here.
going to be my
And
next
so
question.
I think, again, what I heard from the council, they want to understand what the RDA is, the funds that were in there, where they went. It's not active anymore. We know successor agency and so on. So I think that needs to be clarified for
Okay.
everyone. And I think there was a request maybe at the next meeting to do a 5-minute presentation. It's going to take more than 5 minutes. Here we go, guys. So, but to get understanding, I mean, just basic, it's.
Would it be helpful to have a separate item, one for RDA and one for recent grants, like
That's what I was
council
gonna
members
say.
and as
Next,
okay.
We're taking care of business here by understanding what the RDA is, successor agency, so we can take care of that business. We can come back and do another presentation about what he talked about
Okay.
a minute ago, about the grants and
Mhm.
everything else. So the public understands what's going on with low-income housing and so on.
Yeah, maybe we won't make you wait till last.
Yeah, I
We
was
will.
just going to recommend
Yeah.
Mayor and Vice Mayor that we put her first as opposed to last.
But we never see
But
her. We see
you
her
know,
once a
actually,
year.
she was pretty smart. She came in late.
I was watching.
Time at a time. So,
But yeah, we can request the clerk to potentially move up that item. Typically, the successor is always labeled as K, but we can always potentially ask it to be moved forward.
okay. So do we need a motion to bring it back in time certain? Is that what we need to do here, sir?
This was just an informational
Infor-
item,
it's an
correct? Receive
informational
the
item?
report. So I think that,
Okay.
let me double check.
How about we just ask you to vote to withdraw it and we'll bring it back? That just gives us more leeway.
Okay. Is there any public comment?
We have no speakers.
Okay. Is there a motion to withdraw this item?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second, all in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. You
Thank you.
understand, what, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I'll
Thank
see you guys next time.
Thank you. All right. We're gonna move right to L, adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion, is there a second? There's a motion and a second, all in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, everyone.